Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when we're doing jury selection, I talked to you about being legal investigators. The object of all legal investigation is the discovery of truth. That's why you're here. The question is really, why are you here? I want to put you at ease through this trial. It's going to be a long trial. It will be a slow burn. There's a lot of evidence in this case. But why is the media here? Look around. Why are these people here? Why are the attorneys here? Why is the defendant here? Gary Ferris will not walk through that door. No problem, Judge. Gary will not walk through that door. In this trial, what you have to do is ask yourself, what is the truth? You have to ask yourself certain questions. You do not have to ask yourself, was Gary murdered? He was. The evidence is going to show that. You do not have to ask yourself, was Gary Ferris burned on a burn pile? He was. The question you have to ask is, who did this? Who did it? This is a murder. This is a heinous murder. He was shot, killed, put on a burn pile, and burned. The question you have to ask, what the evidence demands an answer of, is who murdered Gary? Now, these people that are here to see the trial, what I want you to do is they're going to follow the evidence too. I want you to look at me. Don't worry about that. Follow the evidence. The evidence demands an answer, and the answer is close. It's at hand. It's close to me. It's close to you. It was close to Gary. If the object of all legal investigation is the discovery of truth, at this trial, what you have to do is you have to shrink the world. When you see the evidence, this is Cherokee County. They don't have a lot of murders. They definitely don't have a lot of murders when someone was shot and put on a burn pile. You shrink the world. And when you shrink the world, you're going to come to one conclusion and one answer of who. Not what happened, not how it happened, but who did it. And she's near. Frankie, she's don't mind. If I can get this technology to work, and Megan's going to help me here. I want to move. I want to talk loudly so everybody can hear me, but what I want to do is, as we go through this, be comfortable, be at peace as you go through this evidence. Relax and listen to what there is. I know there's a lot going on, but you are the most important people in this matter. It does not matter what I say. It does not matter what the defense says. It matters what does the evidence say. What does it speak? Let me introduce you to the Ferris family. You'll see in front of you there's the family line, the lineage. And you'll see on the screen here there's a photograph. You see Gary. Thank you. You see Gary is in this picture, and this is a happy time. This is Emily, the bride in the middle, a daughter. This is a wedding, I think, about 2 years before the murder, 2016. You see Gary, he's in this picture. He's standing there with his wife, the defendant. Now, there are 4 children. And as you go through this, you're going to probably take notes because you hear the same names over and over again. You're going to hear about the Ferris. You're going to hear about the Ferris wheel. Unfortunately for this family is they have drama. They are not a perfect family. My family is imperfect. Everybody's family is. They didn't ask for their life experiences and the good and the bad and ugly to come in. But that's what the evidence is going to show. And I have to present it. I have great sympathy, everybody does, for families like this. But the The evidence is going to show what was going on in their family. It's going to be the good, the bad, and the ugly, just like anything else. Most families, however, don't consist of murder. Now, in this family, you're going to see Chris. On the right side of the screen, you see Gary and Melody. To the right, as we look at, is Chris. He's the oldest, probably about 37. On the other side is Scott. Scott's about 35. Chris was living, in many ways, his own life. He was married, had his own kids. You hear about the kids. They're going to be here. You're going to hear about Ella and Addison, the grandkids. Scott was in the military over Iraq. He came back for a while, lived on the property, worked the property, had kind of an agreement with his dad that he would work the land and he would get paid. He didn't have a job really after he came back, and then ended up with the family. But that was his agreement with his dad. Gary was a very generous man, loved his family. So you had the two guys, the two sons, Chris and Scott. Then you had the two girls, Emily in the middle, and Amanda beside her. Amanda was the youngest, the baby, if you would. They were probably around 30, 28, around those age. Gary and Melody got married at a young age. I think it was around 20. 38 years, almost 39. They were married for a long time. They were together, Alabama. Small family. Gary worked hard. You're going to learn a lot about Gary. You're going to learn a lot about Melody. And what you're going to learn is the evidence is going to show that they're both, I dare say, brilliant. He practiced law, corporate law. He went to the University of Alabama. I think he graduated first in his class. Extremely smart, introverted. The defendant, she liked the life of being married to a rich lawyer. Gary did so well when he was in Alabama. The firm he worked for, corporate law, real estate law, things like that, very successful. They sent him to the Atlanta area here to open up an office for the firm. Did very good. Very smart, worked his way up. I think he ended up being a senior partner. Very smart, loved his job. One thing with lawyers, the longer they do it, the longer they get better at it, the more they get better at it, and they stay at it. But sometimes what they do is they don't interact with, because they interact with people all day long. Oftentimes when they get home, they get close, they get small. And Gary was like that. In their wedding, their marriage, they had some issues that we're going to talk about. And it looks like they were happy here. This is about 2016, but there was a lot going on behind the scenes. Gary, you could set the clock to his routine and his habits. He's one of those guys. The question you got to answer in this trial is not was he murdered, not how was he murdered, but who did it. The evidence demands the answer that he was murdered. He was shot and killed, and put on a burn pile. This burn pile behind his house. His remains were found. Not much. Gary was a big guy, about 6'4", 300 pounds, give or take. About 33 pounds remained. When you shrink the world, no robbery, no home invasions, no enemies, no road rage, nothing like that. When you shrink the world, in a case like this, husband and wife, wife kills husband, husband dies. The answer to the question, who did it, sits right there. Melody Walker Farris. Let me talk to you about their property. They were affluent. When I grew up in South Carolina, we'd say they're rich. They were rich. He made a lot of money. He would make probably hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Sometimes his paychecks, even after you take all the taxes out, $20,000. They'd have profit sharing and things like that. He made a lot of money. This property that they lived on in Purcell, 2511 Purcell Lane, Cherokee County, it's a hobby farm. If you see, there's actually a road come down Purcell Lane, and you see that white area, that's dirt. They had horses. If you go up the driveway, it's along the trees at the bottom, and then there's a driveway in the middle of this photograph. That's to the barn where Scott stayed. Now, the family had trouble. Chris had some issues with drinking. He got in an argument with his mom about a year for this. She says that he said something along the lines that Chris was going to beat her to a pulp and put her in a pine box or something along those lines. That's what she says. No, he says. But they had a problem. Scott got back from the military, was living there, getting money from his dad. Emily was married. She had a husband Melody didn't like. He got in some financial troubles, some legal troubles, criminal troubles. Amanda was young. And they all took money from their dad. Not in the bad sense, but he had money. He was willing to do with it. And he'd give him a hard time. When you going to get a job? When you going to pay this back? Those type of things. But he could afford it. House, I believe, is worth the property more than $1 million. Now, when you go through your notes, you think about this. We know this case, and sometimes we have to slow down because you don't know the places where this occurred. And the murder occurred in this house. The shooting occurred in the house, in the kitchen, down to the basement. Now, as you look at this house, it's kind of unique in the sense that it's 2 or 3 car garage right here. But as you look at this photograph, you'll see the front. If you go to where that pine tree is, go right behind that pine tree, that's the front. This is looking, if you were kind of looking, if the pond was behind you, you're looking up at what I would call the front, but it's not, it's really the side. I think it's kind of like the east side. But it's got a deck there, and it's a circular deck. And under that deck was where Gary stayed. The basement or the ground level was Gary's domain. That house was the defendant's. She had everything she wanted. It's immaculate. She liked to live the lifestyle. Furs, coats, jewelry, nice paintings, nice furniture, things like that. That was her domain. She was a go-getter. She was tough. She got after it. She cleaned. Almost OCD to the point that she cleaned. Her house was beautiful. Gary lived in the bottom. He had a bedroom down there. He had a CPAP. He slept with that CPAP every night. We're going to talk about that. But he stayed down in the bottom. If you kind of walk out, you see where that, it starts on the right side, there's an oval where it juts out. Below that is 2 doors. You'll hear me talk about it. You probably hear me chuckle at some point. There's doors that slide open like this to where he would have his couch and his TV and things like that. I call them American doors because right to the right are French doors. Just how I remember. And you could walk out that American doors, and when you come out there, if you turn left, that's where the burn pile is. This is over by the barn looking back towards the house. They had horses. This is a nice property. This is the barn. This is where Scott stayed. Scott stayed on the top, basically being an employee of his dad. Scott wanted the property, liked the property, loved the horses. He was invested in it. He was thinking to move on one day and get another job, but he was locked in this property. And he and his mom worked. They may bicker and things like that, but they worked the property. They did a lot of work. And he lived in that barn there on the top. This is back to the house, transitioning back to the house. If you walk in that front door, this is what you see. Now, as you walk in, you're going to see evidence. If you walk in that front door, and I'm staring at the steps. If I'm staring at the steps and I turn right, you're going to go to what I call the kitchen table. If you turn left, there's a bathroom. If you go straight, you're going to go down a hallway to the master bedroom. This is the master bedroom. That door right there, you could walk out and go to the balcony. And that's where that oval porch was. You could stand out over that and look. You could look at the pond. Study room, library, very nice. Very affluent. This is the dining area, looking out towards the pond. Nice. This is the kitchen. This is the doorway from the kitchen to the basement. You go down the basement. To the left here, if you look at the picture, there's that light switch and whatnot, then there's that cabinet. Right around the corner is the steps you come down. It's 12 steps down, a landing, 4 steps down. You come down that landing, you stand right there. If you're standing off the steps, you get off the steps, you look straight forward, you're going to look at that bar. This is looking back from the, kind of to the side of the American doors, looking back towards the bar. As you look at this picture, to the right is a hallway. You go down that hallway was Gary's office, where he'd hang out and do stuff, work. He'd like to get up in the morning. Because he was a partner, because he'd been doing it so long, because he had those routines, he would get up and go check email. To say that Gary Ferris was a workaholic is an understatement. The man's like a lot of attorneys. Check the emails at night, vacation, it doesn't matter. He's working, he's checking the email, he's busy. He has such patterns and routines you can set your clock by. So as you look here, you go to right's his office. To the left, if you go to the left, there's a hallway that goes to his bedroom. Now, you may want to write these dates down. In July of 2018, we're going to focus on 3 main dates. July 3rd, July 4th, and July 5th. You're going to hear us talk about Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Y'all, when I do trials, I am not perfect. I'll mess up names and dates and times. But this is what we're talking about. I'll catch myself and say, I didn't mean 2020, I meant 2018. What we want to do, again, this trial is not about being perfect. It's about the truth, to be authentic. When we did jury selection, you heard me say to be authentic. These are the dates we're going to focus on. July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And I just want to kind of give an overview of some of the evidence. This is not all the evidence. You're going to hear a lot of evidence, including evidence that we're not going to present. But this is Tuesday, July 3rd. We don't know exactly when Gary was killed, and we don't have to prove that. The evidence does not require us to prove you the exact time that Gary was shot and killed. But we have a very good idea. Tuesday night around 10 p.m. most likely. Last time he used that CPAP was Tuesday morning. A little after midnight, he got on it. He got up that morning and turned it off. And that machine, when they did a search warrant, shows the times. He's not going to bed without that CPAP. He never used it again. We have no reading that was used again. Now, on Tuesday around lunchtime, Gary had an interesting relationship with his family. And they had some good times, but it was also different. I don't know about y'all, but if I go in a restaurant and I see a friend or a family, I'm going to go up and say, hey, Tom, we're going to hang out, we're going to do stuff. Especially this is my dad. Well, on Tuesday, Scott and the defendant were working, and they decided to go to lunch. They went to Cherokee Ranch restaurant, a local restaurant. While they were there, Gary was already there. He pays his bill and he leaves and doesn't say a word to him. And that's not uncommon. Because their relationship is not a touchy-feely type of relationship in this family. That's not this family. They communicate a lot by text messages, emails, instead of just calling and talking. That afternoon, Scott went to a lake house. He was there that afternoon and evening. There's a text asking about sleeping over for Assen, which is Chris's daughter, the grandchild. There's a text from her, from the defendant, saying, what about tomorrow night, not tonight? And that was going to show that the defendant loved her grandchildren. If they were close or she could get to them, she would get to them, but not this night. There was a visit Big Daddy and Grandma. That's what they call Gary, Melody. Big Daddy, Grandma. Chris and Addison came over that night. Gary was getting the burn pile ready to go. He liked to burn things. He liked to do it. They were there talking to him, see what he's doing, and they left that night because couldn't stay, so they went back. About 10:52 p.m., there's a phone call between the defendant and Scott, and it was basically the defendant saying the horses are out, when you coming home? Scott's with his friends. He's down at the lake or whatnot. She's calling, when you coming home? The horses are out. He gets home, Scott does, about 11:30. Sees the burn pile's burning. I think it says something along, I see Dad's burning the burn pile, or he's burning the burn pile, or something like that. Wednesday morning, Scott gets a debit card from his mom because he can go play golf. He has this thing on 4th of July that he would play golf, he and his buddies. You're going to hear about his buddies, Philip and Ted. That's just what he did. So about 6:15, I think he goes to the door. I think he calls or texts his mom, the defendant, says, needs the card. She comes out, gives him the card. He goes to the ATM real quickly, right down the road, gets some money, and comes back to go play golf. He's playing golf with his friends, Chris and family. They go to the Peachtree Road Race. Chris and Aston, they then go to the Cracker Barrel, I believe, that morning. Scott goes to the lake on a pool party. He's there in the afternoon and evening. The defendant actually leaves for Lake Lanier to go be with Amanda and Chad Bruce. And you're going to see in things here. You're going to see it's kind of this way. And Chad Bruce was the fiance, now husband to Amanda. Amanda Bruce was Amanda Ferris. And they go there and hang out, and you're going to hear about that. And at some point, they come back from the lake. Chris drops Aston off at the house on Wednesday night because they want to see and hang out. Now, these times may change. I may get them wrong, but you're going to hear the times as we go through. Wednesday night, July 4th, kids around 11 or 12. They come in, they live out of state, they come in, they want to see everybody, they want to see Big Daddy, they want to ride some of the stuff on the property, they want to do things. It's 4th of July, and the defendant wants the kids to go to bed early. July 4th, 3rd, Tuesday, 4th, Wednesday, 5th, Thursday. The defendant goes to Walmart, checks out around 9:30. Scott spoke with the defendant and Amanda about 11 o'clock that morning. Now she goes and gets some supplies and some things at Walmart. So here's 5th is where it breaks open. Scott has got a connection or connect for some golf clubs. He's going to go to the PGA and get some golf clubs. He sees Amanda up at the house, and so he's driving down his driveway from the barn to leave. And he sees Amanda and some people, goes up and starts talking to him. And defendant is asking, have you seen your dad? And it's got to be sarcastic. And he can be hard on his mom. He talks to her. They kind of go back. He says some things, kind of sarcastically. We talk about where's dad, things like that. And they start looking for him. Now, the defendant starts asking people, are you on the bank accounts or something like that? As in, maybe he's using the funds or the accounts to try to find where he's at. But his Mercedes is at the house. It had been moved. Now, they would say Gary would kind of go away sometimes and just kind of disappear. Now, he was last seen on Tuesday night by someone other than the defendant. So Wednesday, Thursday. Now they're just starting asking, where's he at? They're going around the property. At some point, the defendant's behind the burn pile, and she points out to Scott, gets his attention, brings him up there. Something about goats. Did you burn goats? Scott gets to that burn pile. He was in the military. He's proud he was in the military. He tries to take a leadership role when things break bad, and he finds his own father's remains. He calls 911. You're going to hear it. During this time that's going on, a couple of weeks before this, while the cable guy or something was over at the house, Scott saw a .38 pistol. It was in a leather holster of some sort. And he thinks something's afoot. Foul play. Something's not right. He's suspicious of his mom. You're going to hear how he is. And he starts talking about this missing gun. And people are like, what gun? What are you talking about? He starts talking about this missing gun that was downstairs in the basement. 38. Nobody knows anything about 38 or anything like that. But Scott has a suspicion that something's up. He actually says a statement to the effect of, did my mom finally do something? When he talks to a friend. Now the defense is going to point at Scott. Or other people. But the evidence is going to show it's Melody. No one else. It's her. And what you have to do is follow the evidence. And what does the evidence say? What does it speak? What is the truth? It's not Scott. Law enforcement gets there, they start talking to people, and when they get there, what you're going to see is they get a call to someone in need, emergency services. So they bring the big long back thing you carry people on like a stretcher. They bring all this defibrillator, things like that. They get there. They don't know. They think they're going to find a person back there who had a heart attack or stroke or heat exhaustion or something and pass out. And they get back there and they find nothing but remains. Law enforcement still doesn't really know what's going on in the beginning. They think it was just an emergency. They don't think anything about crime. They start talking to people, and then they realize the conditions of the remains had to burn for a long time. The CSI people at the sheriff's office, they're like, all right, we have to call in an expert, forensic anthropologist, Dr. Gooden. Comes in, and you're going to see what she does. They interview the defendant, they interview Scott, they ask him what's going on. And in the beginning, the defendant, she starts right off the bat talking about, well, Gary had these medical conditions. And then she says his family's got some mental issues, maybe suicidal. And she starts laying that foundation of these other things. Any enemies? No. Will the kids do this? No. Anything else? No. Anything missing? No. She's laying the foundation. These are the pictures when law enforcement gets there. Dr. Gooding gets involved. They start marking it. And then things change. When they get the remains of Gary, we're stipulated that these remains are Gary. He's actually identified the dental records. He's burned up so bad. When they get there, they find in his rib a 38, they think it's a 380 in the beginning, but it's a 38 special bullet projectile. It's in his left ribs. It's front to back, anterior to posterior. It's in his ribs. So now they think he's medical condition, but he's burned up too bad. Then when they're doing it, that's a bullet. Changes everything. There's no gun. We do not know where the gun is. We look for the gun. The missing gun is evidence of consciousness of guilt. Because if it was a suicide, the gun would be right there. If it's murder, you can't get rid of the evidence. Burn the body, get rid of the gun. Things change now. It's a homicide investigation. Now, this family had problems. And they had disagreements. You're going to hear about dishes being broken. There's several instances of dishes being broken. One time, when she's talking about dishes, you're going to hear the defendant talking about, I had some dishes on top of the car and they fell off onto the ground and broke. Scott's going to talk about an incident where his mom said some very terrible things about his dad, wishing terrible things upon him when she broke some dishes because she was mad when she went down to the basement where he lived and got the dishes. He spilled Mountain Dew or something like that. The man loved his Mountain Dew. Loved it. Cigarettes and Mountain Dew. She got so mad that she broke the dishes. Slammed them. Found it in his trash can. A set of dishes. When she's talking, the defendant is kind of all things to all people. That's what the evidence is going to show. It's going to pivot. It's going to pivot. You're going to hear about two people in this case that pivot. She pivots. She's talking, she's smart, she knows what's going on, they're asking questions. She says, at one point, their marriage is not good. They live in the same household, but they're not living really as husband and wife. There are some good times, they try to do some stuff, but they're living in separate rooms, separate floors. But at one point, she comes across and they ask, you've been married to him for 38 years, and, if it's that bad, you'll hear about how she describes the marriage and things, why did you stay with him? I took a vow to him. I took a vow. The evidence is going to show in this case that the defendant is loyal to two people. She's very loyal. She's loyal to a man. There's something called prior difficulties. About 10 years before the murder, the defendant had an affair, we believe, with a guy named Ted Wiley. Ted was in a relationship with Gary's sister. They met, they hung out, and they started doing stuff, and the family knew what was going on. They separated, we believe because of this. Gary considered divorce, didn't do it. They reconciled, but they lost trust. And this is where things change. The whole relationship changed because of this. Now, Gary worked with a lady Probably had a fling or something with her, not to the same degree, years ago. So they both had their issues. But the degree and the extent and the blatantness of this changed everything. And Gary started controlling finances. Her mindset was, to law enforcement, I took a vow to him. But you're going to hear evidence in a text message between her and another guy that would shrink the world and rule out. A guy that's a neighbor that met her when she would walk, because she would walk all the time. She's tough. In a text message, when she was upset with Gary, we believe, she's talking about, she said, my response to his fit he threw was, I hope you die alone in a gruesome death. She's asked by law enforcement, she didn't say anything about hoping he died or anything like that. Terry responds and says, there you go, he's going to push you over the edge. I know, and that scares me. Told him 5 weeks ago where could not even see or hear him, it would be in his best interest. You're going to see some text messages and things in this. She portrays this, pivots. But an ever constant in their marriage, tension, an ever constant tension is money. She did not like that Gary would use his money the way he did. It's referred to sometimes by people as the Ferris wheel because there was drama. And there was definitely drama. Chris had his issues. Melody didn't really like Chris. Chris would use checking account numbers and credit card numbers and things like that. And he had paid for, coming up to this point, he had paid for a beach vacation. I think rented a condo or something like that. And Melody was furious. She did not like that Gary was just going to go with him. And Gary basically he'd say stuff, but he'd write the check or he'd say, okay. He wouldn't really do anything. It's his kids, his sons. He could afford it. She'd say things like, this is the last straw. I've had it, I'm taking measures. It shows that her mindset is this money, this money, this money. And that leads to this. Bullet in his ribs. They go in the house, they look at the house. These are steps going down to the basement. There's blood. There's going to be evidence of blood and cleanup in the kitchen. Her domain. Down the steps. When you get off those steps, if you take off those steps, you can see it. Scott saw some blood on the floor down there. Law enforcement saw it. They go back and spray Blue Star. This chemical stuff that'll light us up, and you'll see it. You see those 4, 3, 2, 1 placards there? It's a trail of blood. I've circled this so you can see. Down there is a sofa. And there's an ottoman, I believe is the term. And as you get closer, law enforcement found another bullet. We do not know how many times Gary was shot. We know he was shot and killed. We know there are at least 2. The blood trail from the kitchen up there, we believe the evidence is they had an argument. She shot him. He goes downstairs trying to get away. She shoots him again. Whether he was able on his own to get out those doors or she got him out herself. Top to bottom. No home invasion. No robbery. Nothing. And that brings us to what we call means, motive, and opportunity. How do you get away with a murder if there's no confession? How do you get away with a murder if there's no video of it? How do you get away with a murder if you try to burn and destroy all the evidence? You don't. When you use your common sense and all the evidence to put it together to shrink the world, and the only reasonable answer is she did it. For example, if they say Scott did it, Scott's not going to shoot his dad when he's paying all the bills. It's a gravy train. That's just not going to happen. Let's first talk about opportunity. The reason why you shrink the world down, and you will see at the times in this case, when he was killed and when his body was moved, when things are going on, the only person that's going to be at that house, the only person is her. No one else. Just her. Sure, people were coming and going, but not when things were going on. consider is sometimes in a case with strong evidence is deception, mendacity. When you see that, she's cloaked in lies. And you'll see it through the trial. The evidence will show that. Here's the thing she says about fires. The context, the common sense, the circumstantial evidence. Gary liked to set things on fire. He liked to burn stuff. I think about 2008, they had another house, Alpharetta, that they moved from to the farm. He set, I think, the backwoods on fire or something at night. Caught him on fire. She hated that with understandable concern. That's dangerous. People are scared of fires. I get it. She's concerned about that. And then in the same house before this murder in 2016, I believe, he set the house on fire from the basement up, smoking cigarettes in the trash can, left them there, and they caught the house on fire. She went after him. She is strong-willed. She has a backbone. She's tough-minded. And she would tell him how she felt. She told investigators things like this. I try to put together some of the things you'll hear. She had gotten so scared of fire after that. She had been just scared of the fire. She was scared to death. She figured Gary would burn her house down. They just didn't leave him here much alone because he would, I think she said, break a steel trap or something like that. She told Gary, don't leave the fire. She told Gary, please don't leave the fire. She told Gary when discussing dinner that he cannot go off and leave that fire. She told Gary, you got to watch the fire. She said there's no reason with him. He's a lawyer. He was going to burn it or die trying. Slip of tongue, but that's what she said. That was the opportunity. It's going to be her. Means. Means is how could you have done it? Because the question you're going to have in your mind that's going to boil down to this case is how did that little lady get that big man on the burn pile? She's a cowgirl, farm girl. Her daddy owned a hardware store growing up. She's been around it. She had ropes, leads, straps, tow lines. Did I mention they had a tractor? Means. Necessity is the mother of all inventions. You just committed murder, you'll be motivated if you have the means. Did I also say tell you they had an RTV? She knew I was driving a boat. Wednesday morning, Scott leaves to go play golf about 7 o'clock that morning. She doesn't leave and go to the lake till around 12 something. No one's at the house. She comes back that night and tells the kids, they go to bed early. Motive. In my business, there's nothing new under the sun. You don't have to be smart to be an attorney. You have to have common sense. And when it comes to motive, the question you're going to have is, one is, how does she get him out there? That's answered. Evan's going to answer that. Why did she do this? Why would a wife, even for a husband that she doesn't like, he has money? Well, she didn't inherit intestate succession. She gets stuff under Georgia law. Even if he died of an accident, she'd probably get more money. Motive. Let me introduce you to a person called Rusty. Law enforcement trying to figure out what's going on. They're at the house, they get consent and things like that. They search her purse and they find, the things you think you find in a purse, but they find this bank card, credit card, debit card, whatever it is, this financial card. And they find the name Roy Barton on it. And so they're asking, hey, who's Roy Barton? Well, she says, my cousin, Martha Jane, was married to Roy Barton years ago. In fact, in 2014, that's when this kind of starts off. But she doesn't mention Rusty. She's playing it off as Roy Barton Sr. And he's died. And I just had that, forgot it was there, something along those lines. The Rusty Barton, though, is not senior, it's junior. And he's a character. He's reluctant. He's talking about the evidence going to show He's going to change. You're going to be introduced to Rusty Barton, who's from Tennessee, and we're bringing him in. I do not know what he will say on that stand. I know what he said in the past, and he's flip-flopped. That's what I'm just going to show. But you're going to be able to use the law, which is called prior inconsistent statements. You're going to be able to judge when he said this, and when he says this, and when he says this, what do you believe? A little background on Rusty. He knew them since teenagers. I think he knew her when she was 15. Martha Jane, which is her second cousin, but more like a mother figure. She loves Martha Jane. Martha Jane's a good woman, a godly woman. Martha Jane loves the defendant. They were married to Rusty's father. So Martha Jane and Roy Sr. were married. Rusty and the defendant became romantic in about 2014. She was up there helping her, Martha Jane. I think she had open heart surgery. In fact, Rusty actually took Martha Jane to Emily's wedding. Up close and personal. The affair was going on for about 4 years, 2014, 2018. And after. Gary knew about it. There's an email he received that put him on notice about from Rusty's girlfriend. You're going to hear him ask questions about Rusty talking to her, telling her, don't do that. Rusty did internet searches about wedding rings when law enforcement was talking to him. They would rendezvous in Dalton, which is about halfway from Tullahoma, Tennessee, and Alpharetta. Almost halfway exactly. Exit 333. They'd meet up there. In the beginning, it was monthly, several weeks ago, and then it became weekly. She would just disappear. The family knew what was going on. They had suspicions, but they didn't realize who Rusty was until this broke. They kind of have a 6-month plan. Rusty believed, based on what the defendant was telling him, according to Rusty, that Gary had some esophagus cancer or something, bleeding, something going on, so he was sick and he was going to die. And they kind of had this plan after Gary passed away. Naturally, they would, for 6 months, lay low, and then they would come back and get together. They were in love. They talked like junior high kids in love for the first time. All the time. They had a regular pattern. Law enforcement interviewed Rusty on certain occasions. There's these days where Rusty was interviewed and basically goes from, I don't know anything, and then they press him. We told you in a trial like this, it can be a contact sport. The attorneys can get after it. We can get after it. I can get after it. And they get after it with Rusty. I'll be professional. But they did the good cop, bad cop with Rusty because he didn't want to give up on Melody. And you're going to hear how they talk to him about this is a death penalty case. You can be arrested for this. You can be what side you want to be on in the courtroom. All techniques law enforcement use to have someone talk. He talks to them. And they use him in the sense of they would get information from him, and then he was willing to cooperate and record some calls and some things like that. But look at this pattern here. He talked for some time, and in June of 2019, he recants something he told law enforcement in July of 2018. And y'all familiar with the first 48 hours? In law enforcement, in this business, you get to someone as quickly as they can because if there's time, they will change. Feelings change. In the beginning, he says one thing, and then he gives up more and more. It's like pulling teeth. You finally get it out. But he recants. And this is what he recants. The evidence in the case is going to show that when you shrink the world to the only person that had the motive was her, the only person that was home when this could have occurred, Tuesday evening, going in from Tuesday the 3rd to Wednesday the 4th, about 2 o'clock in the morning, law enforcement talks to Rusty and says, all right, what did she say? And he describes it as the last minute of the last conversation. And this is what he tells law enforcement. She said, Gary's in the burn pile. No. She said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he is in the burn pile. I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know that. This is what, before the murder's known, anything like that, he's on the phone. The record's going to show that he had 3 or 4 main phone calls during this time. It's going to show that his pattern when he would talk to her was abnormal for this time. There's a phone call, and he says, I talked to her. And this is what she said. He's in the burn pile. This would have been July 4th. Now he comes back a year later and recants. Well, his presence and companionship is with the defendant. Law enforcement gets arrest warrants, goes up to Tullahoma, Tennessee to arrest her, and guess who she's with? Russell. After she's arrested, she's in jail before she bonds out. There's actually jail calls. And you're going to hear some of those. And we told you there's going to be calls and things like that. And you're going to have to be patient with us. It's going to be a lot of information. It's just a piece of this puzzle. But at the end of the day, it's going to show the defendant. So it's past the being arrested. He recants the law enforcement. Oh, she didn't say that. I was pressured. I was under duress. I was taking sleeping pills. I was under alcohol. And then she's talking to him on a phone call. And this is just a part. Now, you're going to hear the whole thing later on. But this is what we call consciousness of guilt. The evidence is going to show that she says this, and this is not what an innocent person would say to her lover.
You alright?
No.
What's wrong?
Well, like a long time ago, I just stopped talking.
Right.
I haven't done anything.
I know that, Norman.
But sometimes what you keep talking about, you're going to single-handedly hang me.
Speak the truth. This is what the charges. Malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, concealing death, and another, making false statements. We are here because Gary cannot be here. And the only reason we're here is by her hand. Malice murder is the unlawful killing of somebody with malice aforethought. It doesn't mean someone's wicked in that sense, or malice in the sense that is hatred or things like that. It is the unlawful intent to kill. And the judge is going to charge you on that. One shot could be felony murder if they're fighting and she just reacts. 2 shots and burning. It's depraved. Felony murder, the evidence is going to show that even if she didn't intend to, with malice, to kill him, that intent to kill, that she had that gun in it, just went off. Not the case because she shot him twice. That's still felony murder. It's not the intent to kill, it's the intent to do the underlying felony, which is aggravated assault. Pointing the gun at someone or shooting them, and they die. Even if you didn't mean for them to die, it's still felony murder. There's no malice involved. There's no intent to kill. Aggravated assault is just the shooting. Concealing death of another. The law is designed to prevent certain conduct, and the case that you have before you shows what it's designed to prevent. Not only was Gary Ferris murdered, and he has burned him up. False statements because she lied to law enforcement about Russell. Y'all forget about all this out here. My job, representing the district attorney, is to present this case to you without fear, favor, or affection. Your job, under your oath, is to speak the truth. I talked to you about veritas. You see the word verdict. It's truth, speak. It's the word veritas with dit in Latin, to speak. When you're done with this case, take all the time you need. Forgive me when I bumble through things, when I get sideways, when I'm doing my job. But remember, I am representing a voice that has been snuffed out and taken away. And Megan Frankis and I are going to present you with the evidence. And there's two sides to the truth. That is, where you see the deceit and the lies in this case, that points to who did it. When you see the opportunity, the means, and the motive, money, sex, new life, the truth, as sad as it is, as hard as it is that the defendant murdered and desecrated her own husband.
Mr. Weaver, as y'all recall, he did voir dire, so I didn't get to talk to you too much. We kind of broke it up. He got stuck with that task in lieu of me doing opening statements. So my name is Michael Ray. Along with John Luke Weaver, we're representing Mr. Ferris. Thank y'all for your service. I know that a 3 or 4 excuse me, a 3 or 4 week long trial is not how you anticipated spending your beginning of fall. So we do appreciate that, and we have worked quite diligently. I've had this case for 6 years now, of trying to whittle it down to what is the most important pieces of evidence to show to you and to present to you, so that you can make a decision in this case. So I don't think we're going to go beyond 4 weeks. It could get done as early as 3, but it might go into 4. But we're definitely going to try to get it moving as quickly as possible. For your jury service, Abraham Lincoln said that one of the greatest services of a citizenship is jury duty. And I think that's very true. It's the equivalent, in my opinion, of voting, because without you, 16 people we have, or if it was in state court, the 6 people we would have, without you, we couldn't do this. We couldn't do our job. Justice couldn't be done. Justice couldn't be done for Melody without you. So thank you for serving. When you act as a juror, or when you're sitting as a juror, in this particular case, and in all cases, you are essentially the conscience of the community. Because you're going to hear this evidence, then you're going to apply it to the law that the judge is going to give you, and you're going to render a decision. Because if you recall, when Judge Cannon was going over the oath with you that he read to you last thing, I know you've taken a lot of it. You took one downstairs when there was 120 of you, and then you took another one when you came in your jury panel, and then you came in with the 16 of you, and you took another oath. But in that oath that you took an oath to give a truth verdict according to the evidence. And that's what we're asking you to do. And you heard the judge say that it's your duty to render a truth verdict based on the evidence. And that's exactly what we'll be asking you to do. Now, Mr. Focus, he did a good job in his opening statement. So some of the things are duplicated because obviously when he came in, he didn't know what I was going to say. And when I came in, I didn't know what he was going to say. But I don't want to sit there and regurgitate the same things. But we got to talk about a few things. That one being the indictment. Mr. Focus did a great job going through explaining it. So just kind of to recap what Ms. Ferris is charged with. 1, malice murder. That is essentially, to keep it simple, and we'll go over it much deeper at the end when the judge actually gives you the charge. I mean, we get to argue. What malice murder is, somebody's alive, and I don't want them alive. And they're dead. That's malice murder. Felony murder, I commit a felony act, and it causes that person's death. Like trying to rob somebody, you accidentally shoot them, felony murder. That's what it is. In this case, the felony is the aggravated assault. The state alleges that Ms. Ferris shot her husband, Gary Ferris. And that was an aggravated assault. And as a result of that assault, he died. So that's how felony, murder, and aggravated assault are linked together. Concealing the death of another is pretty obvious. There's a little more depth to it when you actually look at the actual elements of the offense, but you can imagine what that is. Somebody has passed away, and you have concealed it. Making false statements, that's lying to the police. We always say defense attorneys can lie to you, but you cannot lie to the police. It's actually a crime. So, this case, and you've heard a little bit of it from Mr. Focus, but you've probably seen on your crime shows, because I know from voir dire, a lot of you watch the podcast, the crime shows, the true crime and all that. And you always see defense attorneys talking a lot of time about there's been a rush to judgment in this case. Rush to prosecute the first person that you can get your hands on. Now, that wasn't this case. Melody was under investigation on this case for over almost a year, between the 911 call that you're going to hear shortly and her arrest on June 18th of 2019. So there wasn't a rush to judgment, but what we had in this case was different. It was called confirmation bias. And we'll talk more about this in close, but what a confirmation bias is you got a belief and you've got facts. And that belief and those facts merge together. And that's what you believe. Even though you have all of these other facts over here, you just ignore those facts because that's not in your belief. And that's not in the facts that you want to look at. And that is a confirmation bias. You're going to see from the evidence in this case, from day one, the investigation by Detective Hayes and all of the other officers in Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, even the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the GBI, everything that was done in this case was tailored specifically to attempt to convict Melody of the death of Gary Ferris. One big thing you're going to hear, and you're going to hear it a lot, is Scott Ferris. You are going to hear the 911 call here shortly. That's the first thing we're going to do. I'm going to play you the 911 call. 13 minutes after law enforcement arrives, Scott Ferris is already blaming his mother. He knows nothing. They're not even sure if there is a body on the burn pile. They're not even sure it's Gary. He's already planting the seeds of blaming his mother. 13 minutes. And law enforcement took that into their beliefs. And then they focused their evidence on that. And that is confirmation bias. Now, you heard Mr. Fogus talk about the Ferris wheel, and I talk about it too. That this was a turbulent family. The best is, and we'll go through, I have a family tree to go over with you that kind of lays everybody out. But one of them, his name's Chad Bruce. He is now married to Amanda. And Chad Bruce, when he was interviewed, he said, I always called it the Ferris wheel. It's like a soap opera. Something is always going on with Chris, Scott, and Emily. And it's true. All the time. All the time. And I'll talk a little bit more about it. But you're going to see text messages. Gary mad that they're blowing money. Chris can't survive on his own, always needing money. Scott, a grown man, can't survive on his own, always needing money. Coming to get mama's credit card so he can go get some money out. Emily with her turmoil with her new husband and all that. In fact, you're also going to hear that Gary and Melody had to buy Emily and her husband the house up in Tennessee where they live. There was a lot of turmoil in this family. But jumping on the Ferris wheel, first off, who is Melody? Melody was born in 1960. And she was born in Smyrna, Tennessee. And she had a somewhat unusual upbringing, especially for that point in time. Melody was very little, and they moved from Smyrna and moved to Tullahoma. You already heard a little bit about Tullahoma. It's actually where Melody was arrested. That's where Martha Jane lives. That's where Rusty lives. And I'll talk a little bit more about all those people. They moved to Tullahoma, and Melody and her mother, Kay, lived with Melody's grandparents. And that went on for a few years, and eventually Kay Walker met a man named Carl Walker, and they got married. And then they continued, once they were married, they bounced around a little bit. They went from Tullahoma to Nashville, Nashville to Florence, Florence back to Nashville, just kind of bouncing around this North Alabama, Central Tennessee and back down area, just moving around. Then when Melody was a teenager, they finally settled in Florence, Alabama. It's in the north. You've probably heard of Muscle Shoals. It's right there. And that's where eventually Melody started going to high school, was in that area. And so now you're like in the mid-70s, and that's actually when Melody meets Gary Ferris. They met when they were 16 years old. They didn't go to the same high school. They actually met through mutual friends at the same church, and they began dating. And they dated through high school, and then in 1970, they got married. So 1960, or I'm sorry, 19, I think it was 79, they got married. Because I think Melody was 19 years old. Now, they get married, right out of high school, and they both go to the University of North Alabama. Melody's there for about a year, and then she drops out. Gary stays on. So Melody leaves. They're still together. They're still married. And she's working at General Electric Credit and Ace Hardware. Her Kay Walker, her mother, Carl Walker, opened up a Ace Hardware in Florence, Alabama. And that's where Melody worked. And you'll hear a lot about Ace Hardware. She worked there for many, many, many years, helping them out with their business. So in 1980, while Gary's still in school, Chris Ferris is born. Now Melody is working full-time at this point at the hardware store. Gary's full-time college student. 1983 rolls around, Scott Ferris is born. Melody's still working at the hardware store. Gary's still going to school. Now you fast forward a little bit, Gary's graduated, and in 1988, they have Emily. And at this point, they've moved to Tuscaloosa to the University of Alabama. And that's where Gary goes to law school. So they're living there with the 3 kids while Gary's in law school. And then in 1989, Amanda Ferris, who's now Amanda Bruce, she's born. Excuse me. In 1989, the following year, Gary graduates law school, and the family moves to Birmingham, where he works for Barton Foreman, the same firm that he was at when he passed away. Now, in 1995, the law firm sent Gary to Atlanta. They were trying to expand, have a different office in Atlanta, and Gary was going to be a major part of that. And I think when he actually first got there in 95, there was there's only him and another person there. It wasn't, this huge law firm, at least here in Atlanta, at that point in time. So 95, you got 4 kids, really ranging from kindergarten to Chris at that point in time being about 15 years old. Melody's a stay-at-home mom. She's going back and forth to Florence to help her parents with a hardware store and just living. And an interesting point then comes later in 1997 to Melody is Carl Walker, who she thought was her father, passed away. And while she was at the funeral, a relative came up to her and told her that, just so you know, Carl Walker's not your father. And so then that leads on to her trying to figure out who her actual father is. And she does. But Carl raised her. It's just an odd thing, to kind of come out of the blue in 1997 at his funeral. Now in 2013, it's kind of the next major event. That is when Gary and Melody buy the Purcell Lane house, where you saw the photos in Mr. Fogus's opening of the house. That's when that was purchased, 2013. They move in there, and when they get there, shortly thereafter, Scott moves in to the apartment that is above the barn. Now, all the kids, they also have kids and wives that are relevant to this case. And Scott was married to Jenna. And her name was Jenna Ferris. Since Gary's death, my understanding is they have divorced. She has changed her name. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. I haven't talked to her to figure out how she pronounces it. But that is, Jenna Ferris was her name. Chris also has other children by another woman, and that is Ella Ferris and Addison Ferris. Ella, at the time in July, the 3rd, 4th, 5th of 2018, she was over at her friend Emma's house. And Addison was over at Melody and Gary's house on the 5th. On the 4th. She came over after the lake. And I'll go through the timeline. Emily, this is Chris Payne. With the prior difficulties of the family, Chris Payne was a little bit of that. And Amanda is married to Chad. Chad's the one I was telling you about. He's the one who talked about the Ferris wheel and about how there's always something going on, and basically this family is like a soap opera. That is Chad. And Chad also has a daughter by another woman, and her name is Cameron Bruce. Cameron is who was there with Addison on the 4th. Now, let's talk about the timeline. So, you already heard a lot about the burn pile. So, Gary did start the burn pile on July 3rd. Okay, we know that. That's a fact. Also, a couple of other interesting things happened. Addison and Cameron don't live in Georgia. All right? Those are Chris's children. Or Ella and Addison do not live in Georgia. They live in Maine. On July 3rd, they flew in to Hartsville-Jackson. Chris went and picked them up, and they drove up. They came to Melody and Gary's house. Ella had already been dropped off at Emma's house, and Addison came with Chris to see Melody and Gary. And they see both Melody and Gary. Now it is, and I'll go into it more here in a moment, there is some contention about what Addison says, how the house was on the 4th, but we'll talk about that here in a minute. Now on the 4th, that is when Melody goes to Lake Lanier. We actually, you'll see, and the evidence will show that we've got a parking receipt. I actually got two things. We've got a parking receipt from Lake Lanier that shows the time that she went in. There's also a ATM slip that was in her card that we have photographs of to show that her withdrawing money, and that was on the 3rd. And we'll talk about those here more in a minute. July 4th, that is when Addison and Cameron spend the night at the house. Now, Cameron and Addison, the evidence show they have two different versions of events about how it was. Addison's more, it was kind of weird. Melody didn't want us to go outside. She made us go to bed early. Cameron will testify that they did go outside. They went and saw the horses. Nothing was weird. We actually snuck out of the house at 10 o'clock, went to the hot tub, were in the hot tub for a while, came back in, went to bed. Nothing really out of the normal. The reason, you'll also see that some evidence from Addison. There's a text message to Melody from Addison that says, hey, can we spend the night tonight on July the 3rd? And Melody responds, says, no, not tonight. And we'll have to uncover the reason for that, do the evidence. I don't want to speculate here as to what that was. But we do know that that is true. She said, no, not tonight. And she spent the night the following night after they got back from Lake Lanier. On July 5th, that is where things with this case get interesting. The remains are found on the burn pile. Now, that day started, Melody grocery shopping, the kids are there. But to sum it up, what it's really going to show is the girls wanted to ride the RTV. Melody says, go downstairs and ask your grandpa. They called him Big Daddy. Go downstairs and ask him. He's not there. I don't know where he is. So they start looking for him. Eventually, Amanda comes over because what originally the plan was is Melody, Amanda, Addison, and Cameron, they were going to have a day together. They were probably going to go eat lunch. They had talked about potentially going to get their nails done, and basically just having a girls' day together. Now, when Amanda got there, they all began looking around the house. Can't find it. Gary's nowhere to be found. His car's still there. But none of this is super out of normal. Gary was a workaholic. Sometimes he would take Uber so he didn't have to drive. He essentially would be gone, for days. He may come home, he may not. And we'll get into their relationship here in a minute. So no alarms were really raised at this point. Now, Scott comes over, and that's where things do get interesting. When Scott gets there, he comes in the house and immediately goes downstairs. After proclaiming to the family something along the lines of, where's the gun? And he goes downstairs, then returns and says, the gun's gone. Now let's talk about this gun. I call it the magic gun because Scott Ferris is the only person to ever see this gun. There's nobody else, only him. You'll hear evidence that he found it in the drawer while he was looking for a remote to help the DirecTV man. And then he found the gun. He gives a very detailed description of it. And that's it. Nothing else. And this was a few months before July when he had the DirecTV. Actually, I think it was the beginning of June, so about a month before is when Scott sees this gun. And he claims he has no idea. He's never seen this gun before. It's very strange. This gun is here, and he didn't know anything about it. But he also didn't do anything about it. Now, 6 years later, this is where Jenna Ferris kind of comes in and is interesting. 6 years later, she gives an interview to the district attorney's office claiming she also saw a gun in the basement that you saw in Mr. Focus's opening, where Gary was. However, this gun looked completely different than the one Scott described and is in a completely different location than where Scott said it was. So these are the only two people that have seen this gun, and the guns they described don't even match each other, and one of them talked about it 6 years later. Now, after Gary's remains were found, he was taken down to Georgia Bureau of Investigation Forensics Department to the crime lab, and that's where an autopsy was performed. But after July 5th, 2018, 348 days go by. Melody's not arrested at this point. She's interviewed several times. I believe the evidence will show that, or I believe that the state will be playing those interviews for you, so you'll actually see Melody testifying and answering law enforcement questions. But 348 days pass. Now in that 348 days, you'll see evidence that they were doing audio testing. What that was is they put a ballistics dummy in the living room of the house, and they shot it with a revolver. And they had members of the Cherokee Marshal's office, as well as some sheriff's office, out there with decibel readers at different points. They were out at the barn, they were out by the road, and they were also in the house, measuring what the decibel was for firing this revolver into this ballistic dummy. And then they moved the dummy downstairs, and they shot it a bunch of times downstairs. And you're going to see all this. They're going to play all the videos of them doing the shooting and recording the sounds and all that. Diving in the lake, you're going to see they brought out the Cherokee Sheriff's Department to dive into the lake to see about where the gun was. Didn't find anything. Recording Melody's phone calls. And we'll talk more about this momentarily. Rusty, because you already heard about him, agreed with Detective Hayes that he would put some kind of app on his phone and record all their phone calls. And he did, for months. You're going to hear a lot of those. Also during that 348-day time, Scott and Chris are interviewed several times. Sometimes Scott and Chris are interviewed together, at least on one occasion, and several times Scott is interviewed alone. And then, on June 12th, over 11 months later, the crime lab issues the autopsy report, saying that Gary was the manner of death and the cause of death. Well, the cause of death was gunshot. The manner of death was homicide. And it took them 11 months to issue that report. You'll see, especially when the forensic pathologist who did the autopsy, when he testifies, they weren't waiting on anything. They knew that it was Gary. The forensic, the dental forensics had already come back. It was already Gary. But for some reason, unknown. And you'll see, this happens a lot in this case. There's a lot of unknown, and we'll talk about that. No idea why it took 11 months to issue the autopsy report. No idea. But 6 days later, Melody gets arrested. And Mr. Focus is right. She wasn't in Tullahoma, Tennessee. She was up there with Martha Jane. They called her and said, hey, we got an arrest warrant for you. And she came and turned herself in. Nothing to hide. Now, John Luke and I came up with this. We didn't come up with it. He had gone. We were been a long day already, so he was done for the day, so he left. And he went up to the drugstore, and there was a girl in there. And the drugstore, I don't know if our office is in downtown Jasper, There's a Jasper drugstore right on the corner on Main Street in Jasper. It's being sold and they're doing renovations. And he went in there and asked them a question about something, and they didn't know. And they go, sometimes the greatest questions go unanswered. And he was like, "Oh, perfect. Brought me out of my slump. Now I know what I'm dealing with." So that's kind of what we've been talking about the whole time with this case, because so many things you're going to be asking yourself so many times in this case. How did this happen? How did this happen? How did this happen? And nobody knows. You can guess. Nobody's going to know. So let's talk about some evidence and questions without answers. So evidence, Melody and Gary. It is no fact, I think also, Melody and Gary affairs. It is common knowledge that they had affairs. People knew. You can even, the grandkids, the evidence will show that even they had their suspicions and pretty well knew that, there was, affairs happening. Melody did. Yeah, she was having an affair with Rusty. Gary did. He brought, when they moved here in 1995, Angela Phillips was his secretary. He brought her with him from Birmingham to Atlanta. And she was his secretary for 28 years. And she's a bit hesitant to talk about it, but I believe you'll be hearing from her about how they did have a relationship. Gary was also having a relationship, at least somewhat by text and email, with another woman who worked in his building named Joanne Ward or Joanne Hill. So, and you'll also hear Ted Wiley. Okay, they had affairs. They lived completely separate lives. In the house that Mr. Focus was showing you, in that house, Melody lived upstairs. You saw the house, and it may not be in evidence, but you saw it. That place looks like Southern Living magazine, decorated to the nines. Melody did all that. She lived upstairs. Gary lived downstairs. It was just how they had done it. It had always been that way for years, ever since the 90s. They lived two separate lives. They would sometimes go days without even seeing each other, without speaking to each other. They didn't really talk. Didn't really communicate. They did. They had kids. So they had to have some interaction together. They went and saw Emily and Chris's daughter. Her name's Olivia, when she was born. They still did Christmases together. So they did some of these family things together, but for the most part, they were just married people who did their own thing. And Melody did her thing, and Gary did his thing. And it was just what worked for them. Now, granted, with the affairs, it wasn't something that was flaunted in their faces. You try to keep some level of discretion. But it was known. And it was just how they lived. Now, Melody's interviews, I expect that you'll be seeing those interviews. And really, the only thing I want to point out with that is Melody is very blunt, very to the point. She's just who she is. She's a hard woman. And that's how she comes off, and that's how she is with law enforcement. She's very matter of fact. Here's what happened, here's what I was doing. That's just how she is. But one of the most important things that she says in her interviews, in the very last interview that she ever gave to law enforcement, last thing she ever said to law enforcement was, "I just want my family back." Forensics. There's a good bit of forensics in this case. Some is pretty interesting. I want to talk to you. I didn't want to do any of the photographs, but those blood drops that were talked about by Mr. Vogus, you're going to see that there is blood. Well, let me back that up. You will see there is a substance leading down to the basement. You're going to hear from the GBI Lane of Coffee. She sprays Blue Star, which is a substance that is supposed to reflect when it's blood. Now, that's a whole other thing. You're not going to hear anything about that being tested, of whose blood it is, even if it is blood. Now, you go down the stairs. They did take a swab, but they find some little drops of blood Some of them are about as small or even smaller than 1 centimeter on the floor. Take a swab of those, send it off. That was Gary's blood. Those blood trails never lead out of the house, upstairs or downstairs. You also, the bullet. We're going to be talking a lot about the bullet, how there's no textiles found on the bullet that is found in the basement. We also have our own forensic pathologist who will be testifying about what his opinion is regarding the manner and cause of death of Gary. And we may also end up calling an additional ballistics expert, depending on how things play out with the ballistics experts are going to testify for the GBI. But that is just a wait and see. Text messages. The text messages to Terry Braswell. Mr. Fogus said that in his opening, the "Hope you die a gruesome death." It is a text message. We expect Terry Braswell to come in here and testify. We'll be able to cross-examine him about that text message. However, we do know one fact, is that text message was sent 2 years before. So it wasn't something that was done in July of 2018 or even June of 2018. Years before. Especially see text message between Gary and Scott about their tumultuous relationship, especially involving money. Gary saying to Scott, "I better have my debit card back." Also see Melody and Scott, they used to text back and forth a lot. And recorded phone calls. You're going to hear all those calls with Rusty. Now, also with finances. Now, while that house was very nice, and it was like $1 million house, and it's decorated to the nines. And yeah, we've actually got some of Gary's pay stubs, and after taxes, he was bringing home $20,000. Can't remember if it was every 2 weeks or every month. But that home, mortgage to the hilt. Debt high, cash low. Gary stopped working, this family's over. And that's exactly what happened. Gary passes away, you're going to hear first thing that happens to the house, foreclosed. Didn't have enough money to pay for it. Cars gone. Everything put in storage. So while they made a lot of money, they blew a lot of money. Now Gary did have some good investments. He had a 401k with his law firm. 401k, profit sharing with the law firm, insurance, life insurance, things like that. But all those aren't accessible cash that you can use. So Gary had to keep working to fund this lifestyle. Now, questions without answers. Where was Gary shot? When Dr. Gooding testifies, she's going to have a drawing of a skeleton. And it's going to show the ribs, and it's going to show he was shot somewhere here. Is it the front or in the back? Not going to be able to tell you that. Angles, don't know. No idea. Also, that's just where was he shot on the body. Where was he shot in the house? The evidence is going to show while there may be some blood and that was not tested, so we'll call it maybe blood. Upstairs in the in Melody's portion of the house, we'll call it, and a trail leading downstairs to Gary's portion, we'll call it. You're also going to get evidence from, most likely from Amanda, how a few days before July the 3rd, 4th, 5th, that Gary, that Gary had been bitten by one of Melody's dogs on the ankle and was bleeding as he walked down the stairs down to his room so that he could stop the bleeding in his ankle. And that's where the blood came from. But where was he shot? No idea. How was he put on the burn pile? You're not going to hear about that either. You're going to see photographs of tractors. You're going to see photographs of RTVs. Probably of horses too. But you're not going to hear anything about Gary being moved on one of those vehicles. You will hear, though, that there was one drop of blood that was Gary's on the step getting up into the tractor. There's nothing in like the bucket. One drop of blood on the tractor. Where is the gun? Don't know that either. Now, you're going to see photographs of guns. There were guns on the property. There was no .38 found on the property. I think there was an old .32 caliber that was found on the property, but we know that wasn't the gun in question. But what you will find is that Scott has quite a bit of .38 caliber ammunition in the barn. And in fact, he's got it in his bedside table. But yet he claims, and when he testifies, I assume he will be claiming the same thing, that he does not own a .38 caliber pistol. He will claim that he owned a .357 Magnum at one point, but that gun had been stolen years ago, and he didn't have anything that would shoot a .38. Yet he has at least one full box of .38 special ammunition and a loose several other various brands of .38 special in his nightstand. And you'll see all those. You'll see the photographs of those. But where is the gun? No idea. Where are the bullets? They're in Scott's house. Scott's behavior. From the very beginning, like I told you, from the very beginning, Scott is saying, Melody, Melody, Melody. I thought she would do something. Leading law enforcement down this trail. And you're going to see all that. It's going to be very evident of what his intentions are regarding his mother. He does it in his interviews, and he's going to do it on the stand here too. I would suspect that's exactly what he's going to do. But the most important thing is just in that few minutes of getting there, he's already talking about guns being missing, that he's the only person that is seen. Then he goes out looking. You're also most likely going to be seeing, there's a trail camera that was, if the burn pile was where I'm standing, was kind of, don't exactly know how far, but down closer to the lake. Kind of pointing at, they had a deer feeder down there to take pictures of the animals. And you're going to see that coming up to that camera, for some reason, and I don't think we'll ever get a straight answer, we don't know why those photographs got deleted. Or actually, who actually deleted them. Now we know because they were recovered. So we know what photographs were on them, but we don't know of who deleted them. Now, you heard the judge talking about, before you took your oath, about what reasonable doubt was. And he said that reasonable doubt was a doubt of a fair, minded, and impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. Then he also went on for a little bit and talked about if your minds are unwavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, that is a doubt to the law. And with that, you should acquit the defendant. So essentially, when you're looking at this case, whenever we had done, when you're evaluating this case and you're evaluating all the evidence, you've got to say, has the state proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt? Now, what a reasonable doubt is that you have a doubt that you can put a reason to. And it's reasonable. It is a reasonable doubt. Now, that is a high burden for the state. I'll go over this and close. I know it's like how it shows that even if the state can get to reasonable doubt, no, that's still an acquittal. That's still not guilty, because they have to go beyond reasonable doubt. And remember, that is just a doubt for which you can put a reason. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you have, like in this case, when you have questions that go unanswered, when we're talking about unanswered questions of how did we get to the burn pile? Where's the gun? Where's the bullets? Where are these simple things that we should be able to find? And why, when we find them, they're in a place that, well, we don't like where that's going. Law enforcement saw the bullets over in the barn. Yet here we are with Melody charged with malice murder, felony murder, ag assault. Nobody heard anything. You're not going to hear anything about this case that Melody heard, or that anybody heard Melody shoot him, or that she admitted to somebody that she shot him. You did hear from, and you'll hear from him again, from Mr. Barton, from Rusty, that he said, Melody said he's on the burn pile. And what Mr. Barton changed, and he'll be under direct and cross-examination in this case, is what he changed. He didn't change what she said. He changed when she said it. So he said, yes, Melody said they found him on the burn pile, not on the 4th. It was on either the 5th or the 6th when she was talking to him saying, hey, they found Gary dead on the burn pile. Rusty didn't change what he said. He told him when he said it. He got it wrong, and he corrected himself. So ladies and gentlemen, when you have unanswered questions in a case like this, really the only answer is not guilty. Thank you.
Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. State your full name for the record.
Sarah Jane Love.
And where do you work and what do you do?
I'm a firefighter paramedic with Cherokee County Fire and Emergency Services.
What's your rank there?
Captain.
Tell the jury how long you've been doing what you do.
Well, I've been a paramedic for 28 years and I've been with the fire department for almost 22.
And what is I know there's paramedics, EMTs, and firefighters. What are they all and how are they different?
So there's an EMTI, which is like a basic, the lowest level you can work on an ambulance, and then an advanced, and then a paramedic.
And do you have a certain area that you work in the county, or is it just, how does that work?
You're typically assigned to a station.
You ever had to
a
testify
zone.
before at a trial?
I'm sorry?
You ever had to testify before at a trial?
Yes.
And you know why you're here today?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention now back to July 5th of 2018. It was a Thursday. I think y'all responded around right around 12:59 p.m. to the residents in this case. Is that right?
I don't have the date and times in front of me, but yes, we did respond.
Do you remember, was it midday, afternoon?
Afternoon, I believe.
Okay. If I told you around 1 o'clock, any reason to disagree with me on that?
No.
All right. And do you remember where you went to, where the property was?
Yeah, it was in the area of Freeholm or Alpharetta.
2155 Purcell Lane in Alpharetta, Georgia.
Yes.
Is that the residence?
Yes.
Just a little bit. Hold the mic in front of you, you talk over it, and you'll be fine.
Okay.
And this was the Ferris house, is that right?
I believe so, sir.
And was the house where you went and where all this occurred, what county was that in?
Cherokee County.
Do you remember what you got called out for?
We got called out for a person fell into a fire.
Just a person falling into a fire?
Initially, yes, sir.
Now, as you were heading out there, tell the jury just kind of what did you pack up, what did you take, and what did you expect to see?
Well, we responded with the fire truck and the ambulance. I was on the ambulance that day. We were originally dispatched to a person falling in the fire, and then it became a person down call, which means that they need resuscitation.
Means what? I'm sorry.
They need to be resuscitated. They don't have a pulse or not breathing.
As you were going there and going to the scene, what did you think you were going to find?
We were going to find a patient that needed to be resuscitated.
Like a person?
Yes.
Maybe just falling out or something?
Yeah, just from the information, he fell in the fire.
When you got there, do you remember seeing anybody from the family, a son or not?
Yes, somebody met us at the end of the driveway. The driveway was pretty long, so the guys on the fire truck were getting onto the ambulance with us to ride in, and there was a gentleman there at the end of the driveway so that he would show us where the body was at.
Were y'all there first before law enforcement, the sheriff's department?
I believe so, but they wasn't far behind us.
How long did it take you to get there from the call? The call came out about 12:47. Did it take you very long?
I don't believe so. I don't have my reports. I don't know exactly how long.
Was it a short drive?
Fairly short, yeah.
And when you arrived, just kind of tell the jury what you remember seeing and what was going on.
So initially we stopped at the driveway, picked up the, what we found out later was the gentleman's son. He was telling us that he had been in Afghanistan and he had seen burned bodies before and he knew what they looked like. And I was trying to get information about if he was, breathing, if he was alert at the time, or, more information about the patient. And he just kept saying that over and over. And then when we got to the house, he rode in the back of the ambulance. When we got to the house, he walked us around to the back side of the house, to a large burn area.
When you first met with, who's going to be Scott, we believe, the son,
Yeah.
when you first met with him, when you were talking to him, were you trying to ask him questions to see if he would answer them?
I was just trying to find out what kind of condition at the time we assumed the patient was going to be in. If we were going to be working a cardiac arrest or just treating a burn patient, or what we were going to find when we got around to the back.
Was that because you thought there was going to be a human being there?
Mm-hmm.
And did you, when you were asking him questions, was it his state of mind? Was he telling you stuff? Was he able to tell you things?
He just kept saying over and over that he knew what a burned body looked like, and I was asking more like, was he breathing, and was he conscious? And he just kept saying he knew what a burned body looked like.
Now, may I approach the witness?
Go ahead. I don't have to ask.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Now, we've marked exhibits a little differently in this case. Instead of 1 through whatever it is, we've met and marked them by numbers. Go ahead and take those if you haven't. Look at those. You had an opportunity to look at photographs before trial, I believe, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and look at those and see if those. Now, it's going to be labeled aerial, as in aerial photographs. Go ahead and look at 1 through 14.
Okay.
Are those photographs aerial 1 through 14? Do they fairly accurately represent the area that we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Judge, this time I tender to evidence aerial 1 through aerial 14.
Any judges? No. I hear this.
Judge, after a meeting, I just publish them without asking permission.
That's fine. Anything we can do.
You should see on your screen there, this is aerial 1. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
By looking at the screen, this is just showing from the courthouse to the scene. Can you tell the jury about how many miles it is, approximately normal drive, how much time?
From the courthouse, 34 minutes and 16 miles.
About 34 minutes or 16 and a half miles, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Purcell Lane, what area of the county is that in, Cherokee County?
That'd be the northeastern corner.
And what is that? What type of homes and things are out there? Nice homes?
Yes, fairly large homes.
Expensive area?
Yes,
Affluent
sir.
area, I guess is what I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir.
And where were you coming from when you went there?
So where it says Freehome on the map and Highway 20, our station is about very close to Highway 20 at that where you would have turned off of Highway 20. Our station's right there.
This is aerial 2. This is showing coming down the road, Purcell Lane, as you come down Purcell and you Was the driveway where you picked up Scott, was that at the kind of right there where Purcell Lane is and the driveway meets?
Yes, sir.
So do you remember the long driveway going up?
Yes.
So did you meet Scott down here or up in the driveway? Where was it?
At Purcell Lane, the fire engine's too big to get down the driveway.
Right.
So the ambulance stopped there, and the crew from the fire truck jumped on the back of the ambulance.
So everybody hopped in the ambulance and went up the
Yeah.
driveway?
Yeah.
Aerial 3, this is just an overhead Google map showing the property is. How would you describe this property if you could say, this is the type of property, this is what it was like?
It's a very large, nice property. Couldn't really see the house at all from the road, from the trees. It's a very large property.
We've taken some aerials about a year later, some drone photographs that you've been able to review. And this is aerial 4, so this is a snippet, if you would, from an aerial. Does this kind of look like the area that you went to on July 5th of 2018?
Yes, sir. I was more or less looking in the back, talking to the son. So I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention to the driveway, but yes, sir, that is the.
As we look at aerial 4, this photograph on the left of the screen is this big long driveway. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
As aerial 5, as you move up the driveway, is it correct to say that there's a road or driveway that goes to the right to the barn, but y'all went straight up to the house?
Correct, sir.
And then aerial 6, is this an aerial showing the pond?
Yes, sir.
Is this the house behind the trees here?
It appears to be. Yes, sir.
How about that? Aerial
Yes, sir.
7.
Yes, sir. That is the house.
Aerial 8, just another overview. Now, when you parked, and again, this is about a year later, but as you walk, did y'all walk around as where my mouse is on this item that's here, this white item? Did y'all go around this side, this left side, if you were facing the house?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
And then as you came around, did you come over to the back side where the burn pile was?
Yes, sir. We did.
Tell the jury, when you arrived expecting to see a person, when did things change for you? What did you see and what changed it?
As we're walking up to the burn pit, you could see some long bones. I saw a foot and the skull.
And when you saw that, what in your mind was going on? What were you saying to yourself?
I was trying to make sense of it. It's not something you would typically see, so I was like like the skull, I thought maybe it was a rock, so I kind of moved it a little bit and put it back the way I found it. And the foot is probably what stands out the most is the foot.
What equipment did you have with you to expect to find a person?
So the guys from the engine grabbed the bed and the equipment, the cardiac monitor, the jump bag, and they were coming behind me, and me and the son were walking, a little bit ahead of them.
When you got there, what was found and what happened?
Well, when I saw the bones, I advised dispatch that it wasn't a person down. It was a signal 48, which means a deceased person, and then to have the coroner en route.
Did anybody touch the bones or do anything with it?
Only like I said, sir, the top of the skull looked like it may have been a rock, so I kind of lifted it a little bit and then put it back where it was when I realized it was definitely the skull.
So things changed from a person needing help to a body, basically?
Correct.
Remains? Is that
Yes, sir.
fair? Did law enforcement, were they quickly on the scene at that point? Did they come up?
Yeah, I remember them being right behind us.
Now, I know you've probably seen a lot of things in your career, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But did this shock you?
Yes, sir.
That states aerial 11 just showing this is a photograph showing the house in relation to the pond.
Yes, sir.
Aerial 12 going back over the pond to the arena, the sand pit. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
13 just marching back down the driveway, leaving.
Yes, sir.
And then 14 just going back to the road.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've had an opportunity to look at law enforcement was able to do some drone videos about a year later in June of 2019. Did you have an opportunity to look at those drone videos?
I did.
Judge, at this time, and were those videos fair and accurate as you know the property to be when you saw it?
Yes, sir.
I tender evidence now aerial 15, aerial 16, and aerial 17, which are 3 drone videos done by the sheriff's office about a year later.
All right, any objections?
If you were to walk from the house to the burn pile, are you going downhill or uphill?
You are going downhill, a slight downhill angle.
Then aerial 17. You got the doors on the left, the ones I'm calling the American doors, to the right, the French doors, and then as this keeps turning to the right, the burn pile will be back down that way. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What did you know you were looking at, or what y'all were dealing with when you first arrived? I know it changes at some point, but when you first get there, what's going on?
So when I walk up to what we called the pile, we have this burn pit. I can still feel heat radiating off of it, and I can see what appears to be a set of skeletal remains sitting on top of this pile. There appears to be construction debris and all this other miscellaneous garbage in this pile, but it is very clear to me that I was looking at a set of skeletal remains on the left side. I immediately got everybody to back out and then started to request additional assets as I'm starting to size up my scene and determine how I'm going to try and recover these remains in a forensic manner.
When you were first called out, were you respond to a person in need of help, or what was the call?
It's a death investigation that they were not sure of what they had.
When you get out there, do you remember the temperature of the taken from the burn pile when you got out there?
I know it was initially warm off me, so one of the things that I did request was have one of the fire investigators someone come out with thermal to give me a temperature. When they were finally able to get out there, it was still over 200 degrees Fahrenheit, with daylight still up at that time.
So still hot.
Still hot.
You back everybody out, then what happens from there?
I requested through my chain of command to contact the GBI and the forensic anthropologist, Dr. Alice Gooding, to get her to come out and assist us with recovering this set of skeletal remains.
And why did you call Dr. Gooding? What was about her that made you call her?
Well, one, she's the state forensic anthropologist. This is definitely well inside her wheelhouse. And two, I'd never done this outside of a training environment. I did not know what I had. I know I had a set of skeletal remains on a pile. It was radiating heat at over 200 degrees. I don't know how this person got there and how they got to the state. And I'm not so far in my ego to go, I can do this on my own without calling experts who I know are going to, one, help teach me how to properly document this, but to ensure that we properly document and collect this entire set of remains. And for me, that's important because that person has a family. I want to make sure we're doing our absolute best to ensure that we do this correct, because we only have one chance to do this. And so if I can call help, and that help is here in our state, I'm going to use it.
Had you ever had a crime scene like this before?
I'd never worked a crime scene like this. I have burned 2 self-immolations in my career, and that is suicide by fire. I have worked those, but never one to this scope where I have both fire and skeletonized remains in an area that I know I need to properly document and recover.
Did you know of Dr. Gooding, a reputation or anything, or what was it about her that made you know that she does this type of stuff?
So through our crime scene community, we knew that Dr. Gooding, one, was in charge of the crime scene work at KSU. She's the lead instructor down there. She has been going in with the Georgia Public Safety Training Center and starting to teach similar classes that students would get at the NFA here at the local level for our local crime scene investigators. And a lot of the classes that she had been teaching and that we had been pushing are scattered recovery remains and what we call buried recovery remains. She was able to teach those classes at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center down in Monroe County. She was coming to a lot of our, I had heard her speak at the Georgia IAI conferences because I'm a member of that. And so that's where I started to learn what her mission, what her outlook was. And she said, anytime you need us, call. We all had her number. She made it known that we could call her for a consult. And if we needed help doing a recovery, because she was the state's forensic anthropologist, we could call her. And I did.
And did she come?
And she did.
What is she like? What's her personality like?
She's an educator, but she's awesome. She did bring one of her master's candidate students, and she was very nice to ask permission before allowing that master's candidate student into the scene. They are all vetted through her program, so that person is documented in my report. But she shows up with all her gear ready to go. And so I actually had to tell her, okay, hold on. I got to lay some groundworks for what we're doing because it's still our case. But I did call her for help. But she is super outgoing. She's very easy to talk to. And she started explaining stuff to myself and my lieutenant again, and it started to come back to us as we're laying certain lines to start setting up our recovery. But ultimately, because she's the state forensic anthropologist, I let her take lead on that. That's her purview, because she's also going to catalog those remains. She's going to make sure we document the complete skeleton, and she's going to make her notes because she's going to produce a report for us too, because this is a police investigation.
Growing up, I like to watch things like Indiana Jones, and when they would go to a site and they would be systematic and have little brushes, little picks, and things like that. How would you describe Dr. Gooding's system as she would get in and start doing stuff? What was that like?
Exactly the way I was taught at the National Forensics Academy, because she helped teach up there, and that we do use brushes. What you do see in that is actually real. Had this been a buried, we would have had a 5-gallon bucket, and it would have taken several hours to do this. But we have our lines laid, and everything's broken down into grids, and we don't move from one grid to another until she says it's clear, and she's got her catalog going. And so it's very systematic. It's fast, but it's slow, where we can make sure we're accurately documenting everything.
She would take the burn pit. Did she divide it into 4 quadrants or 4 sections?
Yes.
And how would you rope it off, or what we're going to see in the photographs?
So what we do is we start to lay what we call a datum line. That's our north-south line. So you're going to see orange string, and you're going to see it broken into quadrants, and you're going to see arrows indicating north. And what we're doing is we're trying to express in 2 dimensions something that is 3-dimensional. So when we attack a scene like this, we're looking at it on 3 axes. We're looking at it from length, from width, but we also want to show height and depth. That way we can explain how far down certain remains are. And it's more defined when we're actually in a vault recovering from the ground. But we still do it on a scattered, because we want to show how far or how close something is in relation to the central mass, if you will. So if we have a large mass in the center, we're going to say that's the center, and then we're going to measure out and say our furthest point is 6 feet down and 8 feet across. And if I can show you that in 3 dimensions on a picture, it makes it easier than just reading off numbers. And so that's why we lay these lines. We also split it into quadrants to make it easier for us to tackle a large scene so that we don't forget anything.
What kind of tools or things did you use to do this? Did she bring anything? that
She
y'all
brought
didn't
all
have?
her tools, but sifters, buckets, garden trowel, stuff you would find in the gardening center of any Home Depot, Lowe's, or Walmart. That's what we use. Now they're all clean and sterile, and she brings them with her. But it's common tools that you would recognize, except for our sifter. Our sifter is waist level. Each forensics expert builds theirs to meet their needs.
Let's look at some of these photographs here. I'm going to tender into evidence. It's Shaw 1 through 281. And investigator, did you have an opportunity to meet with us and go through all these pictures and the videos and everything?
Yes, sir.
And were they fair and accurate photographs of what was done at the scene and other things in this case?
Yes, sir.
So Judge, at this time, I tendered evidence states exhibits, but it's Shaw 1 through Shaw 281.
All right, objection? No. All right, you're admitted.
I'll give you these just in case you need them, but it should pop up on the screen here. Let me do that. Judge, may we turn down the lights a little bit for these? Would that be okay? All right. We're going to walk through some photographs. I may call them States 1 or Shaw 1 or 1, but all these photographs are going to have your name and a number. So Shaw 1, what do we have here?
So with this first series of photographs, all I'm doing is taking overall photographs outside of the crime scene tape.
As you look at 1, as you look at the photograph, there's a pine tree to the right, then is that the beginning of the burn pile?
So this oak right
oak?
here, that is
Okay.
is directly in front of the left side of the pile, and then that pile extends from that tree over to the right.
This is 2. We'll be moving to the right. 3, 4. Now this stage, there's no really markings or anything. What is this? How early on is this in the processing the scene?
I'm waiting for Dr. Gooding to arrive, but I'm still taking pictures, trying to do something to be ahead so that when she arrives, we can tackle the next task.
But you didn't dive into the pile and start doing anything until she arrived
No, sir.
on the scene. 5, 6. And was there anything with the pile itself when you first got there that you noticed and thought, here are some things of interest?
Other than the skeletal remains, I, for whatever reason, kept getting the smell of citronella, and I don't know why, and that's not a normal smell for me at a death investigation. I mean, I generally smell other smells related to the artifact of death, but I kept smelling citronella, and I was like, did I spill some when I was filling mine at my house? I don't know, but I just, every now and again as I walked around the pile, I could just smell that.
8, 9, just going back. Now, 13, this is looking from one side of the pile, and you said it was still hot to the touch. Was it on one side or certain parts of it that were that way?
So I didn't walk all the way around. When I got close to it, did what most was just stick my hand. I was like, that's still radiating some pretty good heat. And I own firefighter rated boots because I do sometimes have to go into arson scenes. And I wasn't willing to walk close to that in those boots. I was like, let me see what the actual temperature is. 1, I wanted it to be safe, and 2, I needed to document it because it was still radiating quite a bit of heat for this condition.
How can you compare that? How hot is that if it's over 200 degrees?
When we boil water at 212, we can get scalding burns, I believe, between 110 and 160. That's hot enough for me to go, I'm not willing to melt polyester to my skin, and I'm not willing to risk the firefighter rating of these boots. We get an expert out here, see what the temperature is, and see how long we need to wait before we can actually work.
Shaw 14, as I zoom in, what did you notice first when you got to the pile?
So this one, I'm on the left side, and I'm shooting over I can see what appears to be part of a hand, at the time what I think is a hand. I see what appears to be part of the rib cage, and I'm starting to orient myself. I see parts of different degrees of what I believe are temperature variations. So when we look at something, we say clothing initially blocks heat, it won't burn evenly. That's what I'm seeing in my head, and I'm trying to figure this out, but I see that it's compact too, and I'm like, okay, is this someone who's fallen over? Because I don't see what we would traditionally think of as a full skeleton of a human being. So did someone fall over? Did someone experience some sort of issue that caused them to fall here? All these are running through my head as I'm taking these pictures, trying to process this and think of next steps to go. How am I going to document this, and what am I going to look for?
And at this time, you didn't know anything about a bullet in the ribs or anything like that?
No, sir.
15, 16, 17, now we're getting on to 18. And who do we have in this picture and what's going on?
So these are the start of the forensic anthropology examination. So we're marking flags, and you start to see wooden stakes go down for our datum lines. And then we have master's candidate students and the deputy coroners in helping to rake and clear while we're taking pictures.
And as you look at the exhibit, Shaw 18, the photograph, I've got the cursor here. It appears that on the right side, there's an angle, or it slopes down or goes downhill to the left. Is that right?
Yes.
Is kind of showing that angle, that downhill looking up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, on the outside of the fire pit, there appears to be, is that wood and things that are charred but not burned?
Yes.
Maybe some vegetation?
Correct.
We start to get markers. Now the A, I know that's going to be renumbered at some point, but what are we doing here in 24? What's this showing?
We are starting to build our quadrants. So we're laying down our north-south line and our east-west. We're also, we have angle indicators on those lines, so that if we need to run a tape measure across at one point, we can see what that angle is at that measurement point. So we run the lines and then run the tape. We have our 4 quadrants, but the lines aren't completely square, and we keep it within our boundaries of where we see evidentiary goodies.
And we're going to get into this, but I believe quadrant, it goes top on the right side, A, B, C, D, kind of going in this direction, clockwise.
Yes, I believe we went clockwise that night.
And you see B in Shaw 30 photograph. And then there are some flags that are put down. Are those to indicate things that you just see on the top?
Items of evidence on the top.
Here shows the, Shaw 32 shows the 4 quadrants.
Correct.
So if this is A, B, C, D, and most of the evidence, the remains were found in A and B, is that?
In A and B.
When you were there, did you look for any accelerants?
I did not.
Did you finding, happen to see gasoline cans or gasoline containers, anything like that?
I did not find any in the area of the pile.
Was there various items, different things, was wood, fencing, bottles, cans, trash, all kinds of different items in this fire pit?
There was, yes, sir.
Now we've got to Shaw 49. Given Shaw 51, we're going to go into. Tell us again, how would you attack each to remove things and collect things? What would you actually do? Did you use a shovel, hands? What did you go down? How did you pick stuff up and how did you sift through it?
So we start with our hands first. It's our most tactile sense. So we're going to start in our quadrant. Someone's writing down. We'll start with the large items that we can see and identify. And then from there, we will start to grab shovels and trowels to pick up areas of ash and debris to go over to the sifter. And those will be transferred from a specific quadrant being documented by the scribe there, and then put in a bucket. From there, taken to the sifter. The sifter is placed over the blue tarps, something that will contrast with us, and then it's one bucket at a time. We'll sift it, look through the sifter, empty the tarp back into the bucket, check the sifter, make sure we don't have anything, catalog, document that, and then we just keep rinsing and repeating as we go through these buckets. So everything starts to slow down at that point once we've removed the big items that we can readily see and identify.
When you found an item of interest, what would you do with it? Was there
So
Dr.
it's
Gooding who laid it out, or what would she do?
There's laid out on tarps. However, Dr. Gooding wants to do that. Like I said at the beginning, she's kind of running that. I'm just making sure, one, I'm learning, and two, anything that she needs. But she's running that process. But she's laying stuff out on tarps. She's cataloging the skeletal remains as they're removed, checking on us. I get to do the manual labor. I was sifting some stuff. We're also continuing to rake and make sure that we don't miss anything within that specific quadrant. Once we're done with that quadrant, we move on.
In Shaw 55, we have these, you see the ground that has markings like it. Was that how that was, or is that something y'all did?
That's from us raking.
Did you notice around the burn pile itself, was there any signs of raking or a tractor had been used or something to clear the land?
No, not around that, because the area on the edge of the burn pile was still green with vegetation.
But did you see that there was evidence that a tractor or RTV was in that area?
Not during this point of the investigation.
It says 57. What's going on here? Is this just an example
We're
of what?
examining small bone fragments.
58. What is just scooping buckets? Is that how that would work?
Yep, we're troweling using a dustpan. We're troweling into the bucket. Once we're satisfied with that, it goes to the sifter. We sift it. Again, we look for small bone fragments, items of evidence, pieces of clothing. Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm the evidence about presenting this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Mr. Braswell, did you ever expect yourself to be here testifying in a murder case?
No.
If you would, I'm going to try to relax you a little bit in this. And if you can, just tell the jury how old you are.
How old I am?
Yes, sir.
I'm 68.
And Mr. Braswell, don't give us your address or anything, but do you live in the county?
Yes.
And how long have you lived here?
43 years.
And what do you do as your occupation?
I'm a grade contractor.
How long have you been doing that?
All my life.
And part of that, what type of work is it that you actually do? What all things do you do for the
I
business?
used to do a lot of residential stuff. I usually just work on horse arenas now.
And when you do that, what type of machines and stuff do you use to do it?
Bobcat, farm tractor.
Do you have a big business? Do you own it?
Yeah, I own it.
Do you have a lot of employees?
No, one, me.
Just yourself? Where in the county do you live? Don't give us your address or anything like that, but where in the area?
Off of 372 Birmingham Road.
And do you know the defendant, Melody Walker Farris, here in court today?
Do I know her?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And do you see what she's sitting in today, the type of clothing she has on? And she's sitting here at the table with
Right.
defense counsel?
Mm-hmm.
And how long have you known her?
Probably since 2016, maybe.
How did y'all first meet?
Her and another neighbor were walking that lives closer to her, and they walked out the little road by where I live, and I was cutting grass, and the other neighbor that I knew, I'd done a lot of work for her, and they stopped and just got talking, and she introduced me to Melody.
And is that Sherry Cooper?
Yeah.
Did you know her? Did you know her Sherry? Is that what you knew her by? Did you know Sherry Cooper by Sherry or Sharon?
Sherry's all I've ever known her by.
And where was she from?
Minnesota, maybe?
Not
Up
from
north?
Georgia?
No.
Different accent than you?
Huh?
She had a different accent?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Not like my accent, but just not a Georgian
Right,
accent?
right.
And about how long did the three of y'all kind of interact and know each other?
They walked and, we'd just see each other, see them at the restaurants. They'd go to eat at the restaurants. And, my youngest daughter went and played with Melody's grandkids when they were in town.
And you were previously married,
I was years, yeah.
and your wife has some issues with, I guess, drugs a little bit.
Right, mm-hmm.
And you kind of adopted her daughter
Right,
and raised her.
right.
And so how many children do you consider you have, including your youngest that you raised too? How many?
Well, I got 2 of my own and her, so 3. Yeah.
But she's your daughter too?
Right, oh yeah.
Y'all close family?
Yep.
Now, do you remember back in July, I think it was around July 7th of 2018, Detective Kuykendall and Detective Pope from the Sheriff's Office came out and talked to you?
Mm-hmm.
Were you expecting them to come and talk to you?
Figured so,
When did you hear about something happening to Gary?
I guess it was that day or the day before, maybe.
And how did you hear anything?
Melody texted me.
She texted and tell you?
Mm-hmm.
What do you remember her saying about it?
She just said, well, she first said Gary was missing, and then she said they found him in a burn pile.
And do you remember what day exactly that she...
I don't.
If he was found on July 5th, do you know what day it was that she let
Probably
you...
the 4th, maybe. The day before, maybe.
But you're not certain of the date?
No, I'm not.
And that was basically all that she said to you?
Right.
And y'all, tell the jury, how often would you ever walk with her and Sherry?
No, I never walked with them.
You basically just hang out with them, eat lunch a little bit?
They'd be at Cherokee Ranch and eat lunch, and we'd all went up there to eat lunch when we was working or whatnot. Yeah.
In the family, the Ferris family, who all did you interact with?
Scott and her's the only ones I knew.
And how much interaction did you have with Scott?
Just eating lunch and seeing him on the road at Tractor Supply.
And did you have any problems with Scott?
No.
Did y'all get along?
Yeah.
How about you and the defendant? Any problems?
Do what?
Did you and the defendant, Melody, have any problems?
No.
And did y'all get along?
Yeah, I thought she was just a good neighbor,
Did you ever go to her house?
I went over there to pick up Emma a time or two. Yeah.
Emma's the youngest.
Right. She's my youngest daughter.
And did you ever go in the house or anything like that?
Inside the kitchen. Yeah.
Now, how many times do you think you actually physically stepped on their property?
The most 4 or 5 times.
How much time when you would go on the property would you spend there?
A few minutes.
Anything longer than 15 minutes?
No.
Now, around what I want to talk to you about is you've met with us and talked to us, haven't
Right.
you? And we've gone through your timeline to see where you were around July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What I want to do now is kind of go back through your timeline. I think on July 3rd of 2018, you talked about, were you working on some polo fields?
Yes, I was working on Post Road on the polo fields.
Just tell the jury about, on July 3rd, kind of your day, what you were doing, where you were at.
We were stripping grass off of a grown-up horse arena and putting down new footing, which is M10's gravel dust, and which that took us several days.
Now, what is that? What type of material is that? How's that
It's
different?
gravel dust. It's ground up granite. Yeah.
Where was this at?
Polo Fields is on Post Road that runs between Highway 20 and Highway 9.
How long were you there doing this job?
We were there about a week.
And on July 3rd, what would have been your kind of...
We usually went to work 8:30 to 9 and worked till 5 or 6.
And on July 3rd, afterwards, where'd you go? I think you went to a Mexican restaurant?
Yeah, I went to Pueblo's up on 306 and met all my kids, actually. We had dinner.
Where is this restaurant exactly at? What city?
It's on 306 and 400 at the Publix restaurant up there.
All right. If you were standing there and that, looking at the kind of the mall, the place where Publix is and the restaurant, describe it to us. What would you see? If you're standing there looking at the front door of the restaurant.
Hadn't been there since then, but it's to the left of the Kroger store. That's all I can tell you.
About what time do you remember y'all had dinner that night?
6-ish, 6:30.
Were you? I don't know if celebrate is the right word. I believe your one of your oldest daughter just came back from the Marines.
My middle daughter just came back from the Marines. Yeah.
Were y'all celebrating or just having a time
Right.
there?
Yeah.
Now, after that, where did you go on July 3rd? What time was that over and where'd you go?
Em and I went back home
Remember what time you got home?
probably 8:39.
And what'd y'all do that night?
Went to bed.
Anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Anything make you go, huh, yeah, I really remember that and that was strange?
No.
So you were home, your testimony is that on July 3rd, you were at your, working in the polo fields and then at the restaurant and then home.
Right.
Were you on the Ferris property at all on July 3rd?
No.
Have anything to do with the property on July 3rd?
No.
Now, on July 4th, I think we kind of joked about it, but 4th of July, obviously, you're getting up that Wednesday. I think you went to breakfast?
Went to breakfast. Yeah.
Where'd you go? Was it Macedonia?
Probably went to. I can't remember if I went to Waffle House or if I went to Cherokee Ranch. Probably went to Cherokee Ranch.
If you said it was Waffle House earlier, would that have been a place you do go, the Waffle House?
Occasionally, not much.
And why would you go to somewhere like that on the 4th?
About the only place open.
When you went to breakfast that morning, was anybody with you?
No.
What'd you do after that?
Came back, Em and I piddled around, and then we went to my other daughter's in-laws for a cookout that day. And we were there all afternoon.
Who was all there at the cookout?
All three of my daughters, son-in-laws, 2 son-in-laws, and one of the son-in-laws' parents.
And where was this at? And to kind of, if you could play a video, kind of speak a video of what you saw there. Tell us what was going on the 4th at the cookout.
They were watching ball games, and we just sit around and they cooked ribs and hamburgers, and wasn't a whole lot happening.
Was it outside, inside, or something?
Both.
Else? And what type of food and stuff were you having?
Ribs, and they had hamburgers and hot dogs.
And again, whose house was this?
This was my son-in-law's parents.
And where's that at?
It was about 1.5 miles up close to the campground, past the campground actually.
Okay, and how far is that from your house?
1.5 miles.
And how far is your house from the defendant's Ferris's house?
1/4 mile.
So basically, right there on
But
top
it's
of
on,
each other.
yeah, it's on another road, yeah.
And on July 4th, how long were you there at the cookout?
We were there till after supper.
What'd you do after that?
Went home. Emma and I went home.
Emma was with you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Anyone else?
No.
Was Emma staying with, I guess Beth was your ex-wife's name?
Yeah.
Was Emma staying with Beth at all during this time? Or?
I don't think so. I don't remember. There was a time frame there she had her for a day or two, but that day I don't remember.
And when you were at your house on July 4th, did you ever leave after getting back to the home?
No.
Did you ever go to Ferris property?
No.
So on July 4th of 2018, did you ever step even a toe on their property?
No.
Did you ever get outside going to your house? Did you ever go down there close to their driveway or
No.
anything like that? Do you have anything to do with their property on July 4th?
No.
Now, afterwards, I think, did you meet Scott at some point after Gary was found murdered? Did you ever see him at a gas station later on?
Right.
Do you remember what y'all were talking about?
I just told him I was sorry to hear about what had happened to his dad.
And did he say anything to you that you remember that was out of the ordinary or
Not
anything like
really.
that?
No, not really. I mean, he was upset, as natural anybody would be.
And we mean upset. What was it? How
Well, I
was it?
mean, he was grieving over the loss of his dad.
Do you remember what gas station that was at and when that was?
It was a marathon up at Ducktown, I think.
Ducktown?
Yeah.
How long after the 5th, after Gary was found, was this? July 5th is when his remains were
I
found.
can't remember. It was a day or two. May have been a week. I don't know. That's been over 6 years ago.
Did he say anything to you that made you think it was odd or anything like that?
No.
Did you end up telling anybody that he
No.
said something? Was there anything that you recollect that he said that made you think, oh, Scott has something to do with this or anything like that? Did y'all didn't have any problems, you and Scott?
No.
Sir, I wanted to make sure I clarify your relationship with the defendant. Were y'all ever romantic or anything like
No.
that? Friends only?
Friends only.
But you would talk to her, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Tell the jury about how often and how you would talk to her.
We talk frequently, just neighborly. I don't know how to explain it really. I mean, there was no relationship or anything there. It was just a neighbor. Relationship, it just, there was a couple other, with Sherry, I talked to her and did work for Sherry. I never did anything for the Ferrises.
So you did some type of work for Sherry.
Oh yeah, I did.
She like it?
Oh yeah.
How would you describe your relationship with Sherry?
Just typical neighbor.
Fair to say you're a little bit closer to Melody than Sherry?
Do I now?
Is it fair to say you're a little bit closer to Melody, the defendant, than Sherry?
No, not really.
About the same?
Yeah, I mean just typical neighbors.
Would it be unusual for you to talk to the defendant by phone or by text almost every day, or sometimes?
It was a possibility, yeah.
And we were able to go over some records from your phone
Right.
to show that you were talking with her. Do you remember that?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And those, when we show you those, were those text messages, to the best of your recollection, fair and accurate messages between you and the defendant?
Oh yeah.
Well, when law enforcement came to talk to you, they asked you about, did you know the defendant's phone number? Do you remember that?
I don't know. I gave it. I didn't know it just right off the hat, but I gave it to him, I think.
Right. You gave them actually 2 numbers, didn't you?
Right.
Do you remember the first number for her that you had, or one of the numbers?
I couldn't tell you what the numbers were.
The 678-389-1987. Does that ring a bell? How about the 678-592-9029?
No, I mean I had her in the phone as Melody, and that was it.
I think you had it as Melody, and then the other one is Melody Farris. Is that right?
Right.
But you would agree with me that you had 2 numbers for the defendant in your phone. Is that
Right.
yes?
Right. Yeah.
And you agree with me that y'all would text and talk about things, her relationship, or stuff going on with her and Gary and Scott?
True.
Did she ever express to you her frustrations she would have with Gary? Ever say anything about Gary?
Nothing, no, not particularly, no.
But some things.
Yeah,
How about Scott?
no,
Not really Scott?
not,
Was she ever saying bad things about Scott?
no,
Ever saying she's angry at Scott? Is
No.
that no?
no.
Ever saying that Scott was mad at her or mad at Gary or anything like that?
Never to me. Mm-mm.
So no issues that she would tell to you about Scott having problems with her or Gary?
No.
And did you really talk to Gary at all, or how much to do with
No,
Gary?
I knew Gary, but I didn't ever talk to him.
What was he like to you?
He was quiet. Only time I'd ever seen him was at the restaurant. Him and Scott would come and eat, and he'd speak, and that was it. You know, he was quiet.
Quiet guy? Was he quiet?
Yeah,
Cherokee Ranch, y'all eat there a lot?
right. Morning, noon, and night.
There's on tender evidence now, State's Exhibit Braswell 1. It's a extraction report from Cellbrite that we've done.
No objection.
May I approach the witness? All right, Mr. Braswell, we're going to show you. I'm going to get a computer. It's going to come up on the screen here, and I'm going to walk you through some of this stuff here. I know you've seen that. We asked you some questions about that, but if you can't see it or something, let me know. Okay? When law enforcement talked to you, you cooperated with them, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
In fact, how many people do you know at the sheriff's office or knew?
Bob Post, Joe Satterfield, Broadus Ledford. I don't know right off.
But you know a good bit?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Just from growing up here? Any
Right.
problems with the sheriff's office?
Do I?
Any problems with the sheriff's
Oh
office?
no, never.
Were the detectives, were they nice to you?
Oh yeah.
Did they threaten you in any way?
No.
Did they yell at you, scream at you?
No.
They have to use bad cop, good cop with you? Did they, from the best part that you know, was it a nice conversation?
Oh yeah.
Were they gentlemen with you?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Did you resist or try to hide anything?
No.
Did you give them permission to take your phone and download it and get all the information?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Where'd you have to go to do that and get the
To
phone?
the precinct and Freeholm.
Freeholm?
Mm-hmm.
Did it take very long? Do you remember?
Hour maybe.
And when they took it, did they give the phone back to you?
Oh yeah.
So a cordial interaction. This is the exhibit. This is a cell bride. So basically, they took your phone and got the information off. Is that
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right here, 404-683-1829.
Mm-hmm.
What's that number?
That's my phone number.
Now here on page 2 of 15, over here on the left, you see where it says from, and it's got a Melody, it's got a number right there.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now we know the old area, the first number you dial, then the area code 678-389. If that was the number you have, and it was in there as Melody, that's her number, the 1987.
I guess, yeah.
All right, so
I don't know which one was which.
October 10th, 2016 timestamp here, about 10:21 p.m. And so this is from her, looks like to you, and it says, does that say finally quitting, can go no more, finish in the morning? Is that what it says right there?
Yes, sir.
Let's see if
Yes.
that part. And then looks like the next message there, the 1829, that's your number? Probably help if I
Yeah,
highlight
right,
it
yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
Yeah.
And then to the 1987 number for Melody, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you respond, is that dang it girl?
Yeah.
And then same conversation, 10/10/2016, from the 1987 number for the defendant. Does it read, he wouldn't even go get me and Scott food?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now at about 10:24 p.m., you respond to her and you say, is this correct? You say, wow, maybe he'll get hungry one day and won't have anyone to get him any food. Was that your response?
I guess, I don't remember all this, but it's there, so I guess I did.
Okay. And then October 10th, 2016, 10:26 p.m., from the 1987 number from Melody, the text was from her to you. My response to his fit he threw was, I hope you die alone in a gruesome death. You see that?
Yeah, I see it. I see it. I don't remember that, but it's there.
You don't dispute if they dumped your phone. It is what it is.
It is what it is, yeah.
And then you respond by saying, there you go, he's going to push you over the edge. See that right here?
I can't see that up there, but
If I make it bigger there.
is that on page 3 here? I can.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, there's your problem.
This is not on.
Screen's not on.
Let's turn that on.
Oh. I'll just read off of the paperwork.
That'll work. I don't know, it seems to be flashing. Judge, I don't know if it's just.
Is it unplugged maybe down there on that part?
I'll look at it during lunch. Just show them on the document where it is.
I'll show you that.
Was it up the whole time Shaw was here?
Page 3.
That's page 3.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so
Works different every time we use
we'll
it.
start. So right there, and then we'll just go to page 3 and we'll go right from there.
You think that thing unplugged?
It could be. And if you can see that. All right, so let's go. You're page 2 there.
I'm on page 3.
All right, page 3.
Yeah.
There you go. He's going to push you over the edge. You see that?
Yeah.
All right, that's your response, and then you see her reply to you. At 10:10, October 10th, 2016, 10:29 p.m.
Right.
I know, and that scares me. Told him finally to go where could not even see or hear him. It would be in his best interest. Did she say anything else to you about what he had done to make her feel like that?
No. I have no clue what it was other than didn't get nothing to eat.
Do you ever remember her saying anything else to you about hoping that he would die a gruesome death or be gone?
No.
And you go on, there's some more messages here, but did y'all ever talk about guns or anything?
Not that I recollect.
Do you remember her asking you anything about guns or shots being fired in the neighborhood?
No. I mean, there's a guy that lived between where they lived and I lived that shot a lot. But I don't remember her ever per se saying anything about shots.
Let me see the RIF report. I'm going to ask you a question. There's some more text messages going on, but I want to ask you about specifically. Right here, this starting right here. See that? We're on page 15 of this report. Now, these aren't all your messages. These are just some, but I want to go to page 15.
Okay.
And 1829, so we got your number from you to her 1987 number, and there's a question. You see that you shooting? You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then from her, she says, no, laugh out loud. That's on May 4th, 2017, about 6:26 p.m. You see that?
Yeah.
And then from you to her, the message is, you say, okay, see that?
Yeah.
And then on May 4, 2017 at 6:27 p.m., from her number 1987, she texts you and says, I'm not that bad a shot.
Right.
Go on to say between you two, you respond, laugh, LOL, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And then that later on from her to you, same shooting as Saturday or Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally from her, the 1987 number to you, May 4th, 2017, 6:20 p.m. And she says, text, handgun, question mark. You see that?
Right.
Did y'all ever talk about guns or shooting?
No.
And did you ever see her with 2 cell phones?
Yeah.
And when was that?
When she was walking,
And what would she be doing on those cell phones?
carrying them. Sometimes she'd be on one,
Was she talking on one?
occasionally.
Out of the 2 numbers, we've got the 1987 number. Of the other number she had, which one would she communicate with you the most?
I don't remember.
Now, did she ever talk to you about Rusty?
Yeah.
Tell the jury what she would say about Rusty.
He was I'm assuming a boyfriend that was in Tennessee that she had known for a long time.
Did you know his name was Rusty Barton or just by Rusty? Did you know his name just Rusty or Rusty Barton?
Rusty Barton.
Did she say how they met?
I think had known each other all their lives.
Did she indicate whether or not they were in a romantic relationship at the time?
Yes.
You kind of make that.
Yep.
I know you don't want to be here saying
Oh, I know,
this, sir.
but yeah, I'm telling the truth. Yeah.
What would she say they were? How long they had been in a relationship?
I really don't know about that.
She say where they would meet up sometimes.
Chattanooga, different places. You know.
How often would they meet up?
Once a month at least, probably, maybe more.
It was more than that, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
It wasn't it?
Probably, yeah.
You knew she was going to meet Rusty during the week? Did you ever assist her in meeting Rusty or
No,
anything?
no,
Sir, I'm not saying anything
No.
about you.
No,
I'm just
I know.
asking.
I know.
You understand? I got a job to do.
No, I know.
Would you just ever ask her what's going on between you and Gary if you got Rusty on the side?
Wasn't in my business.
Didn't want to get involved in that, did you?
No, no.
How would she talk about Rusty?
They were longtime friends, and I guess just been in a relationship for I don't know how long. But
Did you see her talk on the phone to Rusty?
I don't think I'd ever seen her talk to him on the phone.
Did you know she used that one phone to talk to Rusty with?
Yeah,
The other phone, not the main phone, right?
yeah, I guess I don't know which one was which.
Did you know that she would use one phone for him as opposed to using for a family?
Right.
Did she talk about Rusty in front of Sherry while you were there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, actually, that's how I found out, was from Sherry.
And how long had you known about Rusty? Do you
Pretty
remember what
much,
year it was when you first learned of him?
Pretty much since I met her. I mean, pretty recent after that.
What year would that have been?
I want to say 2016, probably. I don't remember.
Did you know about anything that she had on her person or anything because of Rusty? Anything to remember him by?
No,
Does she know how she kept him in her phone?
I have no clue.
She talked to you about anything that they would do besides meeting up?
Mm-mm.
Would she talk to you about it?
Not really.
Did you ever inquire at all about it in any way?
She sent me a few hunting pictures where he'd been hunting and killed a deer or something, but other than that, that's all.
Was he a hunter?
Yeah,
Were you a hunter?
yeah.
I had that in common.
Mm,
Did you ever see Rusty in Georgia?
no,
Did you ever see Rusty at the property?
no.
Did you ever know whether or not he ever came down to the property?
Oh, I have no clue. I mean, I wouldn't know him if he walked in here today.
Sir, to be clear, I want you to look at this jury and answer this question. Did you have anything to do with the death of Gary Ferris?
No,
Did you personally get involved in it in any way?
no,
Did you help the defendant in any way?
no,
Did you go to the property at any time of this and do anything to aid or abet her in this?
no,
Did you even get close to the property on July 3rd, 4th, and 5th?
no.
Chris, how is it that you know the defendant in this case?
She's my mother.
And I want to go into a little bit about the background of your family.
Okay.
When did you move to Georgia?
2005.
Where did you
Excuse
move?
me, 1995. Sorry.
Okay. Is it fair to say you're a little nervous?
I'm a little nervous.
Okay.
I mean, it's my first time on a trial. So.
Sure.
And move the microphone in front of you, and if you'll just talk over it, you don't have to talk into it.
Okay. Great.
So is that 1995 you said?
Yes, 1995.
And where did you move from?
Hoover, Alabama, suburb of Birmingham.
A suburb of Birmingham?
Correct.
How old were you?
15.
And do you have siblings?
Yes.
Okay, and how old were your siblings when you moved?
My brother would have been 12. My brother Scott. My sister Emily. I should probably know this, but I would say 5 or 6, and then Amanda would have been, she's the youngest, would have been around, I guess, 4 or 5.
Why did you move here from Alabama in 1995?
My father came to open the Atlanta office for Barton Foreman, his law firm.
How long had he been with Barton Foreman when you moved here in 1995?
So about 5 or 6 years, I would imagine. So that was yep, about that.
Were you around when Gary went to law school?
I was.
How old were you?
Well, I started kindergarten when he started law school, so
5 or 6?
5 or 6, yeah, correct.
So you got to see him work through law school?
I did.
And how was that?
It was great. I mean, from what I remember, I mean, he used to take me to the law school and we'd play laser tag, and when he would work security, he had a job working security, so I had a lot of, for a little kid, a big law school to run around in, it was, it was fun.
So in law school, did he also work for Barton Foreman?
I think he clerked with them in the summer, from what I remember.
Okay, and then in 1995, he came here to open the Atlanta office for Barton Foreman.
Correct.
Did Gary like his job?
Absolutely, yes.
And when you moved here, what city did you move to in Georgia?
Alpharetta, Georgia.
What school did you end up going to at high school?
Milton High School.
Okay. And after high school, what did you do?
Went to the University of Alabama.
For how long?
I left there in 2002, so it would have been 3.5, 4 years.
Did you eventually come back to Georgia?
I did.
Okay. What did you do after that?
I had like a job at a local restaurant, and then I met my first wife right around then.
When you were working at the restaurant, did you live at the home in Alpharetta, or did you live somewhere else?
When I was working at the restaurant, I lived at home.
At home. And so you said then you met your first wife.
Mm-hmm.
What was her name?
Kendall Lee.
Okay. And how long were you with Kendall Lee?
Well, we eventually got married and had 2 children, and we separated in 2007.
What are your children's names?
Ella Grace and Addison Marie.
When were they born?
Ella was born September of 2004, Addison August of 2006.
Once they were born, did you guys ever leave Georgia?
Oh yeah, about a couple weeks after Ella, the oldest, was born, we moved to Maine.
How long were you in Maine for?
So that would have been 2004, about 3 years.
I want to go back to your parents and their background a little bit. We talked about Gary's job. What did your mom do when she was, when Gary was in law school?
Homemaker, took care of us, took care of the house.
Kept her busy. There were 4 of you.
Correct, yes.
And when you were in Alabama, did you guys have family around?
Oh yeah.
Who was around?
Both sets of grandparents, my aunt, both aunts, my uncle. They were in Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals area.
And is that where you were before coming to Alpharetta in 1995? Muscle Shoals area?
No, I was in Hoover. Muscle
Okay.
Shoals is the northwest corner of Alabama. So we were, from Tuscaloosa, which is where he attended the University of Alabama Law School, then went to work for Burr & Foreman, which was in Hoover. Well, it was in Birmingham. We lived in Hoover, and then we moved to Alpharetta in 1995.
And all of your family stayed in Alabama, essentially. The family you just mentioned.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Did you learn when you were in Alabama a lot about how your parents grew up?
Absolutely, yes.
And who did you learn that information from?
I would say both of them. My father would talk all the time about his growing up and things he would do, and my mother would talk about it as well.
What would your mother share with you about her upbringing?
Mentioning how they lived in Nashville for a time, and working at the hardware store in Muscle Shoals, and that's what really comes to mind at first.
So you mentioned a hardware store. Tell the jury a little bit about that.
So my grandfather owned an Ace Hardware store in Muscle Shoals, Alabama, and I really enjoyed going there as a child. It was great. You could run around and play and build things with the little tools and the wood and the little woodworking things. And I always enjoyed getting up with my grandfather and going to Burger King or McDonald's for breakfast. I got a big kick out of that, and it was a great time. And I really enjoyed. My grandfather was a huge Alabama football fan, and he loved to talk about football. And so I always would enjoy people coming in to talk to him about the football team. And I think that's kind of where my, love for football in Alabama kind of came from, as well as my father.
And when you mentioned this grandfather, are you talking about Melody's dad?
Yes.
And the one who owned the Ace Hardware store?
That is correct.
Okay. Was he a hunter as well?
Carl? Not that I ever knew.
Did he own guns?
Yes.
About how many guns did he own?
I don't know how many. I mean, I know he would take us to shoot, 22 rifles at this outside of town, and it was like a rock quarry. So I know of those, and then I knew of. I remember when we would go do that, he would shoot some pistols, but I would not know how many guns he owned.
Sure. Did Melody grow up shooting guns?
I don't know that.
And do you know what happened to Carl? Eventually?
Yeah, I know. Yes, I do.
Okay, can you share with the jury?
He had a heart attack and was in ICU for a pretty long time. I assume ICU for I think a week or two at least before he eventually passed away.
What year was that?
It would be 2007, or excuse me, 2007, 1997. I apologize. These 2000s and the 90s get me. 1997. He actually suffered a heart attack on my 17th birthday.
Okay. You were already here in Georgia when
We
he
were.
passed.
That is correct.
Okay. I want to move along a little bit and jump ahead to your parents' marriage.
Okay.
At what point did you learn that your parents had a little bit of a rough marriage?
Not until the late 2000s, 2008, 2009, after I had moved back from Maine back to Atlanta.
Okay, so you and Kendall Lee had moved to Maine and you had already moved back.
Yeah,
after
I
that.
moved back, yes,
Okay.
correct.
What caused you to learn about the trouble in their marriage?
My father told me.
Okay. When was that?
I would say late 2008 to early 2009 is when I first got wind of that from him.
Why did he share that with you?
I don't really know why he did. Why he initially started sharing things like that with me, but once he did, he continued to share things like that with me.
And you said that was in the late 2000s?
Correct.
And did he continue to share those troubles with you up until he died?
Oh, yes, 100%.
At any point, did you learn about your mother's relationship with Ted Wiley?
Yes.
When did you learn about that?
Well, the dates, I'm not quite sure. I want to say, suspicion-wise, probably somewhere around late 2008, 2009. And then when there was an incident with financially, when it was really brought to the forefront.
You mentioned suspicion.
Yeah.
What caused suspicion to you?
Well, I think what my dad told me is he was kind of suspicious. My brother, I believe, was the one who kind of initially had those suspicions. But my suspicion, I always thought Ted Wiley was just a little bit too, I don't know, I guess maybe flirtatious with my mother.
Who is Ted Wiley?
Ted Wiley was actually in a relationship with my Aunt Sherry. For years.
Did you know him personally?
Oh yeah, he'd been around for a long time. I remember when I was a child, not that old, and maybe 7 or 8 years old, and that's when I don't remember the dates, but I was young.
So you knew of Ted Wiley long before any, as you say, suspicions of Ted and your mother?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
How well did you know him? Would you hang out with him, have conversations with him?
Oh yeah, he was very friendly. I remember, Christmases, we would always go to Christmas at my grandparents, Mama and Papa, which is my father's parents. Every year, Ted would be there, and he'd bring a football, and we'd, throw the football around, and he was always very kind, and he was a funny guy. And, he was part of the family.
Did you see Ted and Melody around each other in the late 2000s?
Yes,
Did you see them interact with one another?
yes,
And did anything stand out to you at that time?
yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I had ridden up to Florence, Alabama with my mother. I was actually picking up a vehicle that was my grandmother's, and we stayed at Ted's house, and he was sitting next to my mother. I was laying on the couch. Can't remember if I was still watching TV or if I was kind of in and out of drifting off to sleep. And I remember Ted and my mother sitting next to each other, and I just kind of thought it was just weird and uneasy. But this was actually November of 2008. So now that I think about that, yeah, it was November 2008. So I think that would probably be when my suspicions really began to arise.
And how did you know, how were your suspicions confirmed?
I was living in Buckhead with my ex-wife Jenna, and my father told me, he's like, I need you to come up to Alpharetta tonight and have dinner with me. I said, okay. He said, meet me at Outback Steakhouse at the corner of Jones Bridge, Stage Bridge, and Alpharetta. And he sat me down and he said, Chris, I don't think we're going to be able to have Christmas this year. And he began to explain that, why we wouldn't. He told me that my mother had withdrawn, I believe, $50,000 from a home equity line of credit without his knowing about it, and he told me, I don't know if we're going to be able to have Christmas this year because of this.
Who was at that dinner?
I think it was, I know I was there, and I think one of my sisters, I think Amanda was there too, but I can't be sure about that.
What year was that?
Oh, that's a good question. It would have either been Christmas, right before Christmas of 2009. If I had to guess, that would be it. But it's been so long, I don't know the exact year.
And what happened after that? Between your father and mother?
Well, I know he filed for divorce.
How do you know about that?
Well, I got wind of it because I had stopped at the house in Alpharetta to use the restroom because I had a job where I drove around a lot. And I would stop in to use the restroom and or say hello. It's my parents' house, and I come to the door, and the door's open, and my sister's black lab is running around in the front yard, and there's a lady at the front trying to. What I come to find out very soon after that is serving her divorce papers. I called my father and I said, what's going on? And he said, well, I'm serving your mother with divorce papers. And that's how I found out.
And when was that? What year was that?
I would say either 2010 or 2011. I would, if I had to say, I would say probably 2010.
And where was your mom at the time?
She had locked herself in an upstairs bedroom and refused to come out to talk, I guess to avoid getting served.
At any point, did your mom leave your dad?
clarify what leave means?
Leave the house for a significant period of time.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
She would leave and be up in Florence, Alabama for months at a time. Weeks, sometimes months.
How did you know where she was going?
My father would tell me.
Was that around the same time as the Ted Wiley
Yes.
affair? Okay.
Mhm.
Is that what prompted your dad to file divorce papers?
Yes.
Did they end up getting divorced?
No.
Do you know what happened?
She came home. He called me one day and said, "She's coming home. I want you to forgive your mother and accept her back."
And did you do that?
I told him I would. But I would say I gave it my best try.
I want to go back a little bit to when you mentioned you moved to Maine.
Sure.
And you have two daughters, and did you have both at the time you moved to Maine, or just
No,
one?
that was 2 weeks after Ella was born. Ella's my oldest daughter.
Okay, and why'd you move to Maine?
Well, because we didn't have any money, and my wife, the mother of my children's parents, had a house in Maine on Lake Sebago, this beautiful house, and they said, "Hey, come live up here." And I had visited Maine a couple times, and I was all for it.
How did your parents react to that move?
They weren't happy about it. My mother was not happy, and my father, he understood, but if I had to say, I don't think he was happy about it.
Prior to moving, you ended up having Addison in Maine,
Yes.
and did your mom come up and help out with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
She was very supportive.
Oh yeah,
and
she was
helpful.
great. Hmm.
And she's always been supportive with your daughters,
Yes, very,
as was your dad.
very much so.
They love your daughters.
Yes.
I want to move forward a little bit. You mentioned this line of credit that your mother took without your dad's knowledge.
Yeah.
Did that change, did that affect their relationship moving forward, to your knowledge?
It affected it financially, I know, and I think it affected it at some degree, their trust, his trust for her. I can't speak for him, obviously, but I know for sure it affected it financially, for sure.
How did you know that?
Well, he basically told me he wasn't going to let that happen again. So I assume that, I know he basically took away her ability to be able to do that.
Okay. What does that mean?
I'm not really, he didn't share details with me at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But
what was your understanding of your mom's access to their finances?
Before this happened with the HELOC, that they just shared everything. It was
When you say
hadn't-
HELOC, what is it that you're talking about?
home equity line of credit.
Okay, so before, you're talking about before that?
Yeah.
Okay, they shared everything.
Yeah, I don't remember anything other than they had a checking account,
And then how did
was
it change?
husband and wife. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. At any point with your conversations with your dad, or just over time, things around the house, did you ever learn about who the beneficiary of your dad's investments was?
No,
When did you learn all of that information?
I learned it about a year after we lost him.
I want to talk about the months leading up to your father's death.
Okay.
And at any time right before he passed, was he in the hospital?
He was.
What did you know about that?
Can you clarify?
What did you know about him being in the hospital? What information did you have about that?
I was called by the first initial, I think I got a text message from my brother saying we're taking Daddy to the hospital. And then I got some sort of communication from my mother saying, you know, that he was in the hospital or we were taking him to the hospital.
Did you know why?
My father would have these, he would call them his spells, okay, where he would be very lethargic, almost, how can I put this? Just very, very tired, couldn't stay awake, didn't feel well. That's really the best way I can describe it.
Did you ever witness one of them?
I never did, actually, never.
How long had he been having those?
At least for a few years. On and off. I don't know exactly how long, though.
And so that was your understanding of why he was admitted to the hospital.
Correct.
When was that?
That would be April, I think early April of 2018.
Did you go visit him in the hospital?
I did. As soon as I found out that he was there, I rushed up there.
And how did he appear to you when he was in the hospital?
Fine.
Was he acting fine, or was he acting differently?
He seemed 100% okay. Like, I ran up there as fast as I could because it was described to me that he was in very, very bad shape.
Who described it that way?
My mother.
How did she describe it to you?
Basically that, you know, it was bad, you need to get here.
And what is it that you were expecting when you walked in?
I was expecting the man to be hooked up to machines and honestly, I wasn't even expecting him to be just in a general room, you know, as bad as it seemed, which I was told. I didn't expect to walk in and see my father just sitting up and I was very panicked. And he looks at me and he's like, well, what's your problem? I was like, well, I was told that you're in really bad shape right now.
I want to go back a little bit. Eventually, your parents moved out of the home in Alpharetta, the first house you moved into in 1995, right?
Correct.
When did they do that?
I could be, you know, the dates and everything, but 2014 is what I thought it was. Because it was after Halloween, because I remember helping them move, and I was trying to get out of there to go watch the Alabama game. So we were playing LSU that night. So yeah, it was right around November. I thought it was 2014 is what I thought, was what I think.
And where did they move to?
Purcell Lane, Alpharetta, Georgia, on the other side of Alpharetta. It's more the western northern corner of Alpharetta, and it's actually in Cherokee County.
Okay. Did you live with them at the time?
No.
Where were you living?
In Buckhead, at my apartment.
Why did they move out of their Alpharetta home?
It's a good question. I talked to my dad about it some, and he said, you know, it's just kind of time. And my mother and I talked about it, and I went and met her to look at homes while they were looking for houses. Before they purchased the Purcell Lane house, I would meet her and I would go with her and her real estate agent to look at homes.
Were you surprised when they bought a hobby farm?
Yeah, I was a little bit.
Why?
Because my father always told me, he's like, well, after this house, I just want to get a townhouse in, Buckhead, or, so I'm close to the office and don't have anything really to take care of.
Where was his office?
It's in Midtown. I guess you would say Midtown. It's off 17th Street. It's the Wells Fargo building.
So that was around, do you think, 2014, the fall? When they
I
moved
believe so.
into
I
the
mean, I
farm?
guess it could be 2013, but I think it's 2014. Because never mind.
So you saw your father in the hospital
Correct.
in April, and he was fine.
Yes.
He appeared fine. And how long was he in hospital for?
A few days. I talked to the doctors, and they were just trying to figure out kind of what was wrong with him to cause him to have the spell that caused him to have to be brought to the hospital. So they ran some tests. I know they had a stress test and all that kind of stuff.
While you were talking to your dad in the hospital, did he enlighten you on what he thought was wrong with him?
He did.
What was that?
He said, Chris, I think your mother is trying to poison me.
And what was your reaction?
I said, excuse me. He said, well, it's like she spent the day screaming at me, and I was watching TV in the theater room, and all of a sudden she brings me down some cookies. And I ate the cookies, and my throat started burning, and then I started feeling bad. And I told him, are you like, what? He's like, oh, I'm just probably paranoid or something. Some paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he kind of shrugged it off.
Sure.
And that's what he said.
At that time, did you know the state of your parents' relationship?
I know they didn't like each other very much.
Why did you think that?
Well, there had been different episodes, with, he had told me about a gentleman named Rusty Barton. He had told me numerous things. I mean, there was a lot of things why I thought that.
He confided in you about their relationship?
Somewhat, yes. I think he might have confided in some of the other children more than me.
Like who?
Emily, Scott, maybe Amanda. I don't know about Amanda.
Did you know how they lived physically in the home? In the farm?
Of course, yes.
And how did they live?
My father slept downstairs in a bedroom in the basement. My mother slept in the master bedroom. They still shared a bathroom. My father still showered in the master bathroom. He still had his main closet there, but they slept on different floors.
Did your dad sleep with a CPAP machine?
Oh, yeah.
Did he sleep with it every night, to your knowledge?
Yes.
I'd like to talk about your dad's birthday weekend before he was murdered, okay?
Okay.
When is your dad's birthday?
June 27th, 1960 was when he was born, so June 27th.
Okay. And was that essentially the week before his remains were found?
Absolutely, yes.
What did the family do for his birthday?
Well, we had a family gathering at the farm. everybody was there. It was a cookout. We cooked barbecue, and Emily brought her daughter, the new baby, and it was a celebration of his birthday.
Were your daughters there?
No, they were not there.
So when you say everybody here, I have a family tree over here. Both your parents were there, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then that's you and your wife at the time, Jenna?
Correct.
Scott was there. Emily's husband Chris there too?
Yes.
And they had just had Olivia.
Yes.
And then Amanda was there?
Yes.
Was Chad with her?
Yes.
Was Cameron there?
I don't remember that.
What did you all do that day, that evening?
We ate. I remember Jenna and I took the RTV through the woods, and I actually ran out of gas, so I had to walk back up and get gas for the RTV, because when you took it off road, it would get kind of sideways. Well, if it was on empty, it wouldn't be able to suck the fuel into the engine. So I had to walk all the way through. She wasn't very happy with me at the time, but we walked from RTV back up to the barn to get fuel to put in it so I could drive it back up to the house.
Did you have anyone help you with that?
I don't remember. I think maybe my brother did, but I don't remember.
Were you well versed with what to do on the farm and how to work anything on the farm or work at all on the farm?
No.
Okay. Did you like going to the farm?
No.
Why not?
Well, I did sometimes, but for the majority of the time I did not. When they first bought the farm, I didn't really like going because my father would, put me to work, cutting trees down with him and things like that. And then the other reasons down the road kind of led to why I didn't like going there, which was the turmoil of their relationship, unfortunately.
Of what of their relationship?
Yeah.
Did you have turmoil with anyone?
With my mother.
Okay. When did that start?
I don't know. I mean, it's a mother-son relationship. I mean, we, had issues from time to time. But in summer of 2017, it got to its highest point of turmoil.
What happened?
Well, her and I got into a little bit of a confrontation because she was withholding giving my children back to me. My children love spending time with their grandmother, but my kids were being purposely held from being returned to me.
Do you know what caused that?
Well, she said it was because of my drinking. So I don't really know why, but I know what she said.
Okay. And how did you receive that information from her?
Not very well. I was very upset. And my kids are only here for a short period of time. I mean, they had gotten to the point where, before, when they were younger, they'd come for a couple months during the summer, and it was to the point where they'd come for a couple weeks, and then they were just spending all the time with her.
So I don't know if we've really talked about this. You moved back to Georgia, and did the girls stay in Maine with their mom?
Yes.
When did that happen?
2007.
2007?
Excuse me. Yeah, 2007.
Okay. And so when you talk about the girls coming, they would come to see you.
Right. They would be on summer break, and they would come for a couple weeks, 3 weeks, somewhere around then, and spend time with me and my family.
And they would hang out with your mom a lot?
Oh, yeah. They loved
What would they do with her?
a lot. They would spend the night. They would go shopping. They would go do lots of things that a grandmother and grandchildren would do.
When it came to your daughters, did your mom and dad, they never said no? Everything was
Oh, they never
fun.
said no. They love Big Daddy and Grandma.
That's what they called them?
Yes.
Big Daddy and Grandma?
Correct.
Big Daddy was Gary, Grandma was Melody.
Hmm.
So I want to go back to this incident with your mom. Describe what happened. How you described her withholding your children. Describe what
Well,
that means.
I had Braves tickets for this particular night, and I had gone to pick them up, and she basically said, I'm not going to let them go with you. And that's what happened. She wouldn't let them go with me, and there was an argument.
And what did you end up saying to her that night?
I ended up saying basically, we got into an argument, and then I actually left because I was trying to call my father. He was either at the farm or there. I was trying to get him to come up there to like help with the situation, and his phone was going straight to voicemail. So I just left. Like, it was getting very heated. Like, she was very, very, what's the word? Like, very angry and just screaming at me. And I was screaming, and I was yelling back. And I just got out of there because I didn't want any part of it. And on the way back to Buckhead, my father called me, and he's like, come on back. And then I went back and I got my kids.
And what sort of words were exchanged when you were there between you and your mom?
I don't remember what kind of words. I mean, I know that I said to her the next time, I was very angry, and I said, the next time I see you, you will be in a pine box, by saying, I'm not going to talk to you ever again while you're alive. Okay? Basically saying, I'll come to your funeral, but that's it, we're done. And so that was pretty harsh of me to say.
And you were reacting.
Well, she tried to
the
attack me.
situation.
She tried to hit me. And she didn't hit me, but she went like that to hit me. And I, was, 37 years old at the time. I was caught off guard by that. And I told her, I was like, if you hit me, I will defend myself. And we just were going back and forth. And I ended up taking out my camera and recording this exchange. Later on, deleting that recording, but it was hard. It was very hard.
What ended up happening when you went back? When your dad told you to come back, what ended up happening?
I came back. My kids were waiting on the porch with their suitcases, with their clothes in it, and we went home.
Who was out there with them?
My mom was out there. My dad was out there, and my girls were out there. And I was out there.
And so then the girls left with you.
Yep, they got in the back of the truck, in the back seat of the truck, and we went home.
I want to jump forward and go back to your dad's birthday weekend. That weekend, did you hang out with your dad?
Yeah.
You talked about driving the RTV. What all did the family do when you had gatherings?
Well, we would eat. All of our gatherings were focused around food, which is very, that's just how our family was, very Southern, And we would eat together. We would talk. That particular day, we had a new baby. So I remember, playing with Olivia and recording videos. It was I mean, I had met her before, but, they lived in Nashville. So, I didn't get to see her that often. So, we were celebrating my father, but we were also celebrating Olivia.
At that point, was your mom at the house?
Yes.
So had you guys made up, rekindled? How did that happen?
Before Olivia was born, my sister had a baby shower. This was beginning of October of 2017. So about 3 months after my last interaction with my mother. I did not speak with her for 3 months. I was out. I had gotten a hotel in downtown Nashville for that weekend of the baby shower, and I was out in Nashville with my wife and my mother, Chad Bruce, and Amanda Ferris, came walking into Legends, which is a bar on Broadway in Nashville. So I went up to them and greeted them, and I actually hugged my mother.
And was there ever a discussion about what happened between the two of you?
No.
So after that, it was kind of brushed under the rug and you moved forward.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? At your dad's birthday celebration, did you and your dad plan any trips or talk about taking any vacations? Tell the jury about that.
So my daughter had come to visit in May, so this was about a month before. And we were at Longhorn, and Ella said, "Big Daddy, I want to go to the beach this summer." And he said, "Okay, we'll go to the beach." So leading up to that birthday party, my father and I had discussed going to Orange Beach, Alabama for a trip right after the 4th of July. We would be going on the trip right after the 4th of July, but that party we definitely discussed the upcoming trip.
A calendar of July 2018. And so when you say the weekend after the 4th of July, so the Friday, Saturday, the 6th and the 7th?
Yeah, I think we were supposed to leave for Orange Beach on, I think it was Friday. We were supposed to leave to go there.
Okay. So after Ella had expressed this to your dad, were there further conversations between you and your dad about the beach?
Yeah, he told me to pick out a couple places where I thought we could go. He had given some recommendations. I had been to Orange Beach before, but I wasn't that familiar with it. I usually went to Destin. But I ended up picking a couple places, and he said, "Oh yeah, that place is good," and he booked it and paid for it.
I would like to talk about, you mentioned your dad booked for it and paid for it. Did
Yes.
your dad pay for a lot of things?
Yes.
And did he pay for a lot of things for you?
Yes.
Like what?
He would always pay for my children to fly down. He would pay for Ella's horseback riding lessons. He would pay for the girls' dance lessons, recitals, costumes. He would help me out with bills. My dad helped me and paid for a lot.
Did you have a job at this time?
Yes.
What was your job?
At the time, I had my own painting company.
So, was your dad that helpful with everyone in the family?
I believe so.
To your knowledge?
To my knowledge.
Okay. How was your dad and Scott's relationship?
They had a great relationship.
Would he take care of Scott
Yes.
financially?
Yes, Scott worked at the farm. So they kind of had Scott worked at the farm. I mean, it was a lot of work. And my brother did not have another job, and my brother had to have money to live. So it's, I didn't know the details of it. I didn't know if they had like agreement of how much, or I don't know what that looked like, but yeah, I mean, I know the money my brother would be from my father.
Would you and your dad ever get in arguments about money?
I wouldn't really consider it an argument. I mean, he'd get mad at me for spending money or asking him for money, or there were even times, I mean, when I had his credit card number, I mean, then I would use it without his permission, without asking it first. And he'd get upset with me, but it wasn't an argument. It was more, he was just upset with me.
So when it came to the beach, he was okay paying for that.
Yeah, he was going with us.
And was there an agreement between the two of you with what that would look like?
I was going to pay for everything there. The dinners, whatever, things you pay for at the beach. And he was going to pay for the condo.
Did you eventually pick out a condo?
We did.
And who booked that condo?
My father.
Did he tell you when he booked it?
Yes.
Do you remember when he booked it?
I don't remember, but I remember he texted me. He said it's booked.
Was it prior to, well, it's obviously prior to the vacation itself. How was it prior to July, let's say 1st?
Yes.
So it was the end of June.
Yeah.
Did you discuss it at his birthday?
He told me I had stopped and bought a raft to take to the beach because I was actually buying his birthday gift at Academy. And I called him, I said, hey, I got a raft to take to the beach. And he's like, yeah. He's like, don't talk about that while you're here.
Okay. While you're where?
At the house.
Okay. Was your mom going to the beach?
No.
How do you know that?
Because my father told me he was trying to get her to go to the beach and she refused.
Okay. Did you talk to her about the beach?
I did.
And what was her reaction to you?
She told me she had too much going on and she couldn't go.
Okay. So who would have, if the trip came up, who would have gone?
It would have been me, my wife Jenna, both of my daughters, Elle and Addie, and my father.
Let's talk about Jenna for a second. When did you and Jenna get married?
July of 2015.
And did your dad help you out with your engagement or wedding to Jenna? Financially?
Yes.
How so?
He helped me with the engagement ring, and he also paid for the rehearsal dinner at our wedding.
Okay. And you said it was in 2015?
The wedding.
The wedding was in 2015? Okay. So you had been married to Jenna for 3 years.
Yes.
At this point. And when the girls came to visit you, would they stay with you and Jenna?
They would stay with me and Jenna, and then they would stay at the farm a lot.
The conversations about the beach with your mom, was that over the phone, in person? How did you guys discuss the beach?
Most of the conversations with my mother we spoke, but I don't remember exactly how that, if it was text messages or if it was a phone call, I don't remember.
But at that point, to your knowledge, she was not going.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after your father's birthday, I want to talk about that next week, okay?
Okay.
The first week in July of 2018. Were your girls scheduled to come down and stay with you?
Yes.
When did they come down?
They arrived at between 8 and 9 a.m. The morning of July the 3rd.
The morning of July 3rd, and that's Tuesday?
Yes.
So the Tuesday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Did you work on Monday, July 2nd?
I don't remember, but probably. I would think so, but I don't remember.
Okay. So the morning.
I mean, it was a holiday week, you know, so probably, I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk about the morning of July 3rd, that Tuesday. What did that morning look like to you? What did you do?
Woke up, we drove to the airport, Hartsfield-Jackson, picked my kids up. They always wanted to go to Waffle House. They don't have that in Maine. So we went to Waffle House.
Who was it that went?
Ella, Addie, and myself.
Jenna was not with you?
No.
Okay. So how long did you eat at Waffle House for?
30 minutes.
What did you do next?
We went back to my condo and
Where
hung
was
out at 55 Far Road in Buckhead.
Buckhead, okay. And what did you do then?
Just hung out. You know, I had a dog at the time. They were very fond of Oliver. That's my dog's name, or was my dog's name. We hung out, and they were itching to do what they had what they thought planned, you know, for their trip, which is.
And what were their plans?
Well, Addie had already arranged with Cameron, which is Chad Bruce's daughter. My sister Amanda at the time, well, really what eventually become, I guess when they got married, her stepdaughter. They had planned, because they, you know, both had phones. They would text each other, and you know, they say, "Oh, I'm coming down to stay with me, you know, visit my dad, and we're going to have a sleepover at the farm." So that was Addie's plans.
Okay.
Ella's plans were she had this friend Emma, who was the daughter of, I think, this guy named Terry, who he lived on Birmingham Highway, and had somehow my mother had become friends with him, and Emma had become friends with Ella, and Ella and Emma had talked, and Emma's mom actually trained horses at this facility up in Cumming. I believe it was Cumming. It was up near the farm, but it was, I know she lived in Cumming because I dropped her off there that afternoon. So they were itching to go. You know, they had plans.
Okay. And none of them with you, it sounds like.
No. I
they
mean,
were how old?
Yeah, they were preteens at the time. They were 12 and 14 years old. Like they were very social.
They were busy.
They were busy.
So, did you execute these plans for them?
Well, you know, Addie's plans did not come to fruition the night of the 3rd. Mm-hmm. She had asked to do that, and I said, well, you got to ask your grandmother, and it just didn't work out. But I did take Ella to Emma's mom's house and dropped her off. She went to have a sleepover. They were actually going to sleep over at this horse training facility, and I think they had like a pool or a pond they swam in, and she was all excited about it. So we actually stopped at Target on the way up there so she could buy a new bathing suit.
Okay.
And I dropped her off at Emma's mom's house. I think her name was Beth, maybe. But yeah, I dropped her off there.
What time was that?
I'd say if I had to put a number on it, between 4 and 4:30 p.m.
On the 3rd.
Correct.
Okay. After you dropped Ella off at Emma's on the 3rd, where did you go next?
Well, I called my father and I said, hey, do you want to meet us for dinner? Because I hadn't talked to him that day. And he said, I'm working. I say, oh, cool. I was like, well, let's meet up and get. He's like, no. I'm at the farm. I'm just working. I said, oh, okay. Well, I was like, I just dropped Ella off. We're going to come by and come see you. He had recently seen Ella because she was down in May, but he hadn't seen Addison since Christmas time. So, we were up there. Might as well stop by.
So you ended up stopping by the farm?
I did.
And about what time did you get there?
About 5 o'clock.
How long did you stay?
Between 20 to 30 minutes.
What did you do when you were there?
We pulled in. My father was in the driveway. sitting on the RTV. I parked my truck, went up to him, and Addie went to get, I just never forget it. You know, this is the last time I saw my father. He said, "Oh, just let me give you a kiss because I'm too sweaty right now for you to hug me." And and then at some point my mother walked out and we went up to the barn because I think they had some baby ducks that had been born recently or something like that. And
Maybe a baby goat.
I think there might have been a baby goat. I just remember the baby ducks as being the draw that day. But I think there was a baby goat too, maybe.
Okay.
There's always babies of some sort. There were a lot of animals.
Baby animals. So you and Addie walked the property, went to the barn. Who was with you? Was your dad and mom with you?
Yes. We actually went from the main house up to the barn, and then we walked down to the pond to see the baby ducks, and my mother walked down there with us.
Who all went to the barn? All
To the
four of you?
barn?
Yeah. when
All
you
four
walked.
of us went to the barn.
How did you get to the barn?
I drove my truck up there.
Okay. How does your dad get to the barn?
He rode the RTV.
How did your mom get to the barn?
I think she walked, but I don't remember.
And was Addison with you, or with your dad, or with your mom?
Addison was with me, I think. She might have walked with my mom. I haven't thought about that in a long time.
So your dad was on the RTV.
Yeah,
Was he on the RTV often when you were at the farm?
all the time.
Do you know where he would keep the RTV?
Different places. Sometimes it would be at the barn. Sometimes it would be parked in the driveway. Sometimes it would be parked in the garage at the house.
But he had it often.
Very much so.
Do you remember if there was anything on the RTV this day?
Yeah, I remember seeing like dead boxwoods, I think what they were, that he had pulled up and put them in the back because we had a conversation about it.
What was he planning to do with those boxwoods?
He told me he was getting ready to burn the burn pile the following day on July 4th.
He told you he would burn it on the 4th.
He told me he was going to burn it on July 4th.
Did you see the burn pile?
I saw the burn pile the weekend before at the birthday party when I was driving the RTV through the woods.
How large was it?
It was big. I remember
What does big mean?
Big means probably as tall as I am, and I'm 6'4". I remember Jenna saying, like, wow, like this thing is huge. And that's what I remember.
Did your dad burn often, do you know?
I don't know how often. I mean, I didn't spend a lot of time out there. The only time I saw him burn anything was after it was like a Christmas Eve, and we had the family there, and he had taken a bunch of pallets and some wood and things, and we actually had like a bonfire like on Christmas Eve. It was actually a very, very nice evening. But that's all I know he would burn things, but as far as me knowing or seeing him do it, that was the only time.
Would he burn at your old house in Alpharetta? Did you have the property? And
Yeah, he would.
you laughed a little bit there, so is there...
Well, so I laugh because my grandfather, my father's dad, every year on Christmas there'd be all this wrapping paper, okay? And every year my grandfather would take all that wrapping paper out there and burn it in his little leaf burning pile. And I always thought it was funny. And so I don't know. I always think about that. And like my father almost would talk about, oh yeah, I'm gonna burn this burn pile. And he was actually, I think, burning leaves at that house behind the fence. And so you're talking about a suburb house. I mean, this is like living in a neighborhood, not a farm. And he had actually started burning some leaves back behind the fence. And I guess didn't put it out all the way. And I woke up, I was staying with him that night. I might have been living there at the time, I don't really remember. And I wake up and there's the back of the woods is on fire behind their house.
And what happened?
The fire department came. And the fire department
what were
came.
your parents' reaction to that?
Oh, I don't remember. I remember. I think I was out there, and I think the firefighter asked me. He was like, "How'd this happen?" I was like, "Well," and my dad said, "Shut up," you know. I was like, so. I don't remember what their reactions were at that time.
So the burn pile on the 3rd was large,
Very.
or at least when you saw it the weekend before.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't see it on the 3rd?
No.
Okay. It wasn't burning when you were out there, though.
No, not at all.
He was still building it?
Yes.
So after you saw all the baby animals, what did you do next?
We walked back to my truck. I remember telling my father, you know, there's going to be fireworks on the 4th of July. Maybe we can get together and go see fireworks. And then I got in my
the next day.
which would have been the 4th was the next day, and then I got in the car in my truck with Addison, and we went back because she wanted to go get dinner.
Did you drive back to Buckhead at that
I
point?
did.
What did you do after that?
We went and got poke bowls, which is like sushi in a bowl. Addie loves poke bowls. We went and got that, and then we went to this new ice cream place, and Jenna went with us to that.
To both places?
I know she went to the poke place. I don't remember if she went to the ice cream place. I think she did. I don't remember.
So after you got poke and ice cream, what did you do?
We went home,
And did what?
hung out. You know, I think we went to the pool. We had a pool at our condo, and just
You
hung
as
out at
and
home.
Jenna?
Hmm?
At any point the night of the 3rd, did you go back to the farm?
No.
What did you do the next morning on the 4th?
Addie and I got up very early and went up. I lived a block off of Peachtree Street, so we went up and we watched the Peachtree Road Race and come through Buckhead.
Who's we?
Addison and I. Jenna did. Jenna came up eventually, but I don't think Jenna was trying to get up that early on 4th of July. So we, Addison and I went up there. We took our chairs and set up, and it was nice.
How long were you out there watching the Peachtree Road Race?
If I had to put a number on it, maybe an hour.
So what time would that put you at?
That's hard to say. Around 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning.
So you were done watching it at 8 or 9, or you started, or you were done at 7 or 8 in the morning?
I think we went up there. I mean, we didn't watch the first people come through. I don't remember what time, but I know it was early.
Early morning.
Early morning,
And
yes.
you were out there for about an hour.
Yeah.
What'd you do after that?
We went to Cracker Barrel in Norcross
Why Norcross?
because I had my own painting company and I would have my guys that I would have to pay. And I had this one guy and he's like, "Oh man, I really need my check." So I was like, "Okay, fine." And he lived in Norcross. So I went to Norcross to give him his check. And Addie and I, there's a Cracker Barrel there. And so we went to Cracker Barrel for breakfast.
And after Cracker Barrel, what were your plans for the day?
We were having a pool party, our apartment complex, condo complex, whatever you want to call it. We always had a pool party every year for the 4th of July.
So did you go to it?
We did, yeah.
Who's we?
Me, Addison, and Jenna.
Okay, where was Ella during all this time?
She was still with Emma.
Incoming.
Incoming, yes, at the horse park farm, you know.
Sure. Were you checking in on her?
Very much so, yes.
And so throughout that day on the 4th at the pool, what was your intention for that evening with Addison?
I thought we were just going to hang out and stay at the pool and just hang out at home. Ella had called me and asked if she could stay over again. I said yes, and that was my intention of the day, but that changed.
Okay, how?
My mother called me and said, hey, I'm on my way back from Lake Lanier Islands with Cameron, and does Addie want to come spend the night? So I walked over to Addie was swimming in the pool. I said, hey, do you want to go have this sleepover? Hoping she would say no.
Why?
Because I didn't want to go. I didn't want to drive up there. But she said yes. So we went.
What time did your mom call you?
Oh, I don't remember exactly what time, but I would have to say it was later in the day. Maybe I don't want to misspeak. I don't know exactly what time.
Was it evening time, after lunchtime?
Late afternoon.
Late afternoon?
Mm-hmm.
So you drove up there.
Uh-huh.
Did you make any stops?
I did.
Where'd you stop?
I stopped at Wendy's to get Addison dinner.
And then went to the farm.
I did.
What did you do when you got to the farm?
We pulled up, and my mom and Cameron had already arrived, and we went inside the house. That was pretty much it.
Did you stay for very long?
No,
About how long did you stay?
maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Did you see your dad?
No,
Did you ask your mom where he was?
I don't remember.
When you would stop by the farm in the past, would your dad sometimes not be there?
Of course, yes.
Was that normal?
Yeah, it was normal. I mean, I was in a hurry to get back. You know, I had no reason. I mean, all my friends are at the pool. Addie was where she wanted to be, so I was ready to go back and enjoy my evening.
Did you and your mom speak to one another?
Yes.
Anything out of the ordinary?
No. The only thing out of the ordinary was on the way up there, you know, because I had asked for her to meet me so I didn't have to drive all the way to the farm.
You had asked who to meet you?
My mother.
Okay.
To meet me somewhere, because she was coming back from Lake Lanier.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, well, why don't, instead of me driving all the way to the farm, and you're coming that way anyway, why don't we meet? She said, no, just meet me there. I was like, okay. And then I actually said, well, I'm going to stop and get Addison dinner. And she's like, oh, no, we'll just make something here. And I was like, okay. But I stopped anyway because Addison it was before we had eaten. We were cooking at the pool, but we left before the food was done. So when she was hungry, she would let you know.
She was hungry. Okay, so what did you do when you left the farm?
I went to the gas station, and then I stopped by Kroger in Buckhead, border of Buckhead, Sandy Springs, and I bought fireworks because we always shot off fireworks on the 4th of July at our apartment complex.
And where did you go after that?
I went home to the pool.
Did you talk to Addison again that evening?
On the way back from the farm, Addison called me, and she's like, we can't find Big Daddy. And I was like, well, he's got to be there somewhere. Go look for him. And I called him, and his phone went straight to voicemail. And I didn't really think anything of it because his phone went to voicemail a lot. And I just said, well, he's there somewhere, you know, go find him, you know. And we had that phone call, and I think of course, I texted her that night or called her that night to check on, make sure she was okay, that kind of thing. But she was, from what I remember, was fine. Nothing alarming from her at the time.
Did you ever communicate with your mom that evening?
No.
Is that typical?
Yes, very typical.
Even when your kids are over there?
Mm-hmm.
You mainly communicate with your kids.
Directly, yes.
So the night of the 4th, did you stay in Buckhead?
Yes.
Did you ever go back to the farm the night of the 4th?
No, not at all.
When was the next time you went to the farm?
July 5th, I think I left my apartment around 11:30 in the morning to go pick up Addison.
Did you talk to Addison before you left?
I don't remember.
Did you try to call your dad that morning?
Yes,
And what happened?
I went straight to voicemail.
Did you talk to your mom?
No.
You just decided to go up there.
I talked to my sister,
Which sister?
Amanda.
Okay, and what was that conversation?
She said Daddy's missing.
That was before you left?
I don't remember. I think it was actually after I left. I mean, I don't remember there being a phone call or a text message or anything like that to say, okay, that I'm coming to get you now or anything like that. I knew where she was. I was going to go get her. And I can't remember if the conversation with Amanda was at my apartment or it was on the way. I remember us talking a lot on the way.
Who's
But
us talking?
Amanda.
And
me-
you talking a lot?
Yes.
Okay. About what?
Trying to figure out where my dad was. I told her, I said, you need to call the local hospitals and you need to see if his wallet and his car keys are there.
At this point, knowing that his phone was going to voicemail and Addison couldn't find him the night before, what was your thought process when Amanda said he's missing?
I was pretty panicked. This was 2 months after this whole scenario of him being in the hospital. 2 months, 3 months, April, May, June, so 3 months. So I had not been able to talk to my father to get in touch with him the night before when I called him to see where he was, so Addison and them could find him and hang out with him. And then the next day, my sister calls me and says, "Daddy's missing." So yeah, I was excited in the point of panic. I was my blood pressure was probably pretty high.
So even though his phone would go to voicemail pretty often, this was not normal.
No,
Him
not
going
for
missing.
that long. Yeah.
How long did you know that nobody had gotten in touch with him?
Well, I know that I had tried to call him the night before, on the way back from the farm to Buckhead. So for me, I mean, we're talking, over 12, about that time, we're talking, 15 hours later, so.
And you didn't see him on the 4th at all?
No.
Okay. Did the family have any group messages happening? Like text message groups?
I don't remember there being a group message.
So you and Amanda were talking on the phone
Mm-hmm.
about, and you had said to her to call the hospitals.
Call hospitals. I also told her, because she said his car was there. And I was like, well, he never went anywhere without his car. So I was like, well, find his car keys and find his wallet, and
Why his wallet?
because his wallet, my dad never left anywhere to go anywhere without his wallet. He would not leave the house without his wallet. My dad only left the house to go to the store or go eat. That was basically it.
What about to the office?
Oh, of course, in the office. Sorry, I'm talking about things other than work.
Okay. Who did you talk to? Anybody else?
I talked to my sister Emily
On
on
your
the way
drive
there and told her what was going on.
And what was her reaction?
She was kind of had the same reaction as me, panicked.
Had she heard from him to your knowledge?
No.
So you arrive at the farm,
Hmm.
and what's the first thing that you do when you get there?
When I arrived at the farm, Amanda, Cameron, my mother, and Addison are actually sitting on the steps out front. I just remember going in thinking, I need to figure out what's going on. And I went out and I asked my mother, I said, hey, have you seen his wallet? She said no. I knew where he kept his wallet. He kept his wallet either in the Mercedes or downstairs in the basement or in the master bathroom. So I went to look. I needed to know if he had left or not. And that wasn't going to be an indication to me if he had left or not. I went to the Mercedes. I looked in the glove compartment. I looked in the center console. I looked in the back seat. I looked everywhere in that car. I did not find his wallet.
Did you find his car keys or cell phone or anything like that?
No, I didn't find anything. I left the garage and I went down to the basement to keep searching. And then I came upstairs and eventually took my search out of the house and, up to the barn.
Did you at any point check for his CPAP machine, or did that cross your mind?
No, that never crossed my mind.
Okay. So you were in the basement. Did you see anything out of the ordinary in the
No.
basement? So when you took your search outside, what was the first thing that you did? And was anybody with you?
Yeah, actually, because the kids they loved to ride that RTV, and that RTV was up at the house. So I jumped on it, and they were like, "Can we ride with you?" And I'm like, "Oh, I didn't know what was really going on here," but I let them. They're very persistent, and they jumped on the RTV with me, and I drove up to the barn to see if I could find him or a sign of him.
When you got on the RTV, you said it was at the house. What part of the house was it parked on?
He was in the driveway, I think. I don't remember exactly.
So the girls jumped on with you?
Yep,
And where'd you go?
to the barn.
Okay. Anything at the barn stand out to you?
No, everything. I mean, I looked. I mean, there's even because I thought at this point it was maybe he was having a spell, or maybe he was, God forbid, something medical issue had happened, and I went up to the barn. I even climbed. There's like a ladder thing. There's like a loft up there. Not my brother's apartment, but a loft where you store things in. I even went up there, like looking around, just trying anywhere. He was not there, so we got in the RTV and started back towards the house.
At any point, did Scott come down and start searching?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't remember exactly.
Was it after you arrived or before you arrived?
I think it was right after I arrived, but I can't be sure.
Okay. You didn't see him when you pulled up?
When I first pulled up to the house that morning, no, or not around noon. My first initial time when I got to the house, no, I did not see my brother. When I just saw the four of them.
So you're on the RTV with Cameron and Addison,
Correct.
and you're driving back from the barn down back to the house.
Yep.
Okay. Where did you look next?
So I'm coming from the barn, and I look out across, and I see my brother and my mother walking between the barn and kind of the pond, but kind of back towards the wood, the tree line. And that's when it clicked in my head about that, because he told me he was going to burn that burn pile on July the 4th, and it clicked in my head, I need to go back there, because he told me he was going to be burning that burn pile on July the 4th. So I whipped around. I saw them walking back there, so I'm like, I'm going to follow them back there. I went back around the back side of the house and went down, and they were already at the burn pile.
Who's they?
Scott and my mother.
Okay.
And I drove and parked about, 10 to 20 yards away between the house and the burn pile, and I told them to stay back, and
Who's them?
Addie and Cameron. At that time, it was just more of I was just walking down there to see what was going on, and I walked down there, and then my brother had a stick in his hand, and I walked up there and I looked at the burn pile. Just at the time, what was about to happen, I mean, I had no inkling that this was even possible. And my brother, this is really hard for me to talk about. My brother looked up at me and he said, "You need to get those kids the F out of here. I'm calling 911 right now." And I did. I took the kids out to the house and I put them in the room, in their bedroom they had slept in the night before. And I said, "Y'all need to go up here." I mean, I didn't say anything to them, My daughter had just lost her uncle like 2 months before that. And I knew kind of I'm not stupid, like when he's looking at something calling, So my instinct was get my child back up and away from whatever's going on right here. And that's what I did. I put them in the bedroom. I said, "I'll be back." And I went downstairs. After I went downstairs, it's like the adrenaline was going like crazy. My brother said something to me like, "I think there's human remains on the burn pile." And so I got an RTV. I had to go back down there. I went back down to the burn pile and I took a close look at the burn pile. And I looked and I was like, wow. And then I saw what looked to me to be like a hand, like bones of a hand, like that. And that's when I just, I think I went into shock. And I went back up to the house and waited for the authorities to arrive. The paramedics, I guess, is who arrived first. But I sat on the back of my truck, really couldn't even talk.
Did you touch anything in the burn pile?
No.
When Scott had a stick and moved something, did you see what it was that he saw or was looking at?
I thought it was a rock. I saw but he told me after I put the girls back up to the room and I came back downstairs and he told me I think it was human remains. And of course my brother and I had conversations after, like while this situation is unfolding, and he told me, yeah, I think that's.
Was that before or after he called 911?
After.
Did you see him call 911?
I did not. He said he was going to call 911. He said, to get the kids out of here, I'm going to call 911. I didn't stick around long enough to hear him.
Was your mom nearby when you...
She was standing right there.
Did she say anything?
No.
Was Amanda near the burn pile at that time?
I don't remember. I don't think so. The only thing I remember about Amanda is her walking up when I was sitting on the back of my truck waiting for whoever was responding to this 911 call to come. And my sister walked out and we spoke then. My sister was out there when the I think it was the paramedics showed up. Yeah.
What did you guys speak about?
Well, the paramedics walked by and they were actually holding a gurney, and I'm thinking, like, it was just confusing what was happening, and I was sitting there, and it wasn't long after that the paramedics actually walked back around and said to me, "I'm sorry for your loss." And that's when it really kicked in, and that's when Amanda and I just basically started this conversation about, oh my God. I mean, it doesn't take, I mean, it's common sense. Your father's missing. My brother's saying he thinks there's human remains. He's, you know, paramedics are showing up. So, I mean, and then they're saying, I'm sorry for your loss, and that's when it really just kind of, I was just overwhelmed. Like, it was awful. I don't really remember what my sister and I talked about. I remember her kind of saying things like, oh, we put him through so much, and we weren't the best kids, and this, that, and the other. And I remember thinking, like, what are you talking about? It was very strange to me at the time, but people, you know, I guess people say things when they're put in that situation. I didn't really think anything of it, you know. I just thought that was kind of weird, but that's, and things just, everything, really, a lot of things after that are a blur to me. You know, I've done a lot of PTSD therapy because of this, that day, and what I've discussed in a lot of that therapy is they think that I pretty much went into shock.
I think we're going to take a short break.
All right. Scott, state your full name for the record.
Scott Walker Farris,
How old are you today?
41 years old.
And you know why you're here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
And would you identify your mother for the record, please? You see your mom sitting in court?
Yes, sir.
Just describe the clothing she's wearing.
She's wearing a gray jacket with a black shirt, glasses on her head, pearl necklace.
What I want to do is I want to go back and kind of introduce you to the jury. So let's go back and I want to talk about your childhood. If I asked you where are you from, what's your answer?
I was born in Muscle Shoals, Florence, Alabama was the hospital. Lived there short period of time, and then we moved to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where my dad went to law school.
Okay. Let me ask you about that. We're going to break it down and go through it. How old were you? What were your memories? What age do you remember law school with your dad?
I was very little. I remember going to the law school. I remember when my dad graduated and seeing him jump over like a big mud puddle in his cap and gown. There's very, very little I remember of actually being in Tuscaloosa because I was so young.
But how old again were you when you were there?
Probably 5-ish, around in there.
And how old was your brother Chris?
He's 3 years older than me, so he would have been around 8, 9 years old.
Do you remember doing anything with your dad at law school? Did y'all play together or do anything when you were there?
Don't remember any. I remember going fishing with him. There was either a pond or a lake or river close by in the townhome that we lived in.
Do you have a memory of your when your dad was in law school, of him studying or coming back and studying or anything like that? Or what are the memories that you have of your dad while he was in law school?
I don't really remember any of that. I remember more in Birmingham when I believe he was he taught law school or helped out with a law professor, and helping him grade tests. I do remember that.
How'd you do that?
Well, back then it was like, when I was in high school, when you took, SATs or anything, it was fill in the bubbles, and, he would give me a kind of a cardboard cutout, and I'd lay it over, and anything that didn't have a pencil mark, I'd just take a highlighter and hit it. So that was my way of helping him out.
He was grading tests?
Oh yeah, he was incredibly book smart.
how old were you when you were helping your dad do this?
We were living in Birmingham, so I was in elementary school, so I don't remember my exact age, but between, definitely between 5 and 10 years old, roughly.
And what were age of your siblings at this time when you were in Alabama? Or it was you and Chris?
All 4 of us would have been born, well, except for, I believe Amanda was born in Tuscaloosa, and Emily. No, sorry, Amanda was born in Birmingham. Emily was born in Tuscaloosa, I think. Emily is 5 years behind me, and then Amanda is 18 months roughly behind Emily.
All right, so let's go through the kids. Who's the oldest in the family?
Chris is.
And how much older is he than you?
5 years.
And
No, sorry,
then-
3 years.
3 years? And then it's you? And then
No.
who's after you, below you?
Emily.
Okay, and what's the age difference between you and Emily?
About a 5-year difference.
And then Amanda's the youngest?
Yes, sir.
Who you were the closest with? Were you closer to your sisters or to your brother, or who did you line up with?
I was more protective of, Emily was closer to me, so I was protective of her, but
How about Chris? Was he closer to one of the sisters?
Chris was kind of more of on Amanda. I was Emily. Chris and I did a lot of things together as kids. We were very involved in baseball.
Sports?
Yes.
Did you play anything else besides baseball?
At the time, no.
What kind of things did you do for hobbies and things when you were young?
A lot of fishing.
And how about your sisters? What type of things would they do?
Played with Barbies.
As you've gone through this entire event, the murder of your father, is there a division among the kids now?
Chris, Emily, and I, we're all together. Amanda had turned on us.
Did things get stressful, tense after the death of your father?
Oh, yes. I mean, our whole world got wrecked.
Do you talk to your sister Amanda much anymore?
No, I do not.
How about your other siblings?
Yes, I talk to them at a minimum once a week, roughly.
Growing up, how close were you? How close were the 4 to each other?
I mean, as we got older, we all kind of started doing our own things. Chris, he was older than me, so, with him being in high school and all, he's not going to hang out, as much with me. He's a little brother. He's got his own friends and all. And, Emily and I mean, we really didn't go do things together. It was kind of a normal childhood, just brother and sister type deal.
When it comes to your dad, as you're growing up through high school, did he work a lot?
Yes, he did.
Would you describe your father was he a workaholic?
Yes, I would.
Did he love his work?
He absolutely did.
If you could describe whether or not he was an introverted or extroverted person, what was he like?
What do you mean?
Was he quiet, kind of isolated to himself, or was he the life of the party and would hang out with people?
So if there was something going on, if we all went out to dinner and stuff, he definitely sparked up conversations with everybody, crack jokes and everything like that, but he didn't go out all the time. I mean, if there was only going to be 2 places he was going to be at, home or the office working. But whenever we went out, and like when we used to go on dove hunting trips, a dove shoot and all, he would get around and talk with people and have a good time.
Do you like to hunt?
Yes, sir, I do.
What type of things do you hunt?
Pretty much anything I can. But here in the state of Georgia, I mainly do deer hunting and dove hunting.
What type of hunting did your dad like to do?
Bird hunting.
Do you do a lot?
A lot of bird hunting, yes.
And what kind of guns would you use when you do bird hunting?
Shotguns.
Do you have a particular gun that he would like to use or anything, or y'all would use?
I mean, he's had several shotguns. He started out with 12 gauge shotgun, and then he got a over and under silver pigeon. That's when he started getting more into quail hunting with clients. But he just mainly always had shotguns.
Do you like to play golf?
Yes, sir, did.
Did your dad like to play golf?
He did, but he didn't play as much as, say, I would.
And who would you play golf with? Who was the people that you usually would go out with?
I've gone out a couple times with my brother, but mainly my friends Philip, Ted, and Justin.
What kind of education background do you have?
Graduated high school.
Did you get any training after that?
Not besides military, no.
Yeah, we'll get into military, but outside of that, no college degrees or anything?
No, sir.
What kind of skills, though? You're very good at certain things, I think. What things are you good at?
Mechanical. I've always been working with my hands. Fixing things, repairing mowers, even washing machines and stuff like that. I've always been pretty good at diagnosing stuff and repairing it.
Are you more of a reader, or do you do something like hands-on?
More hands-on.
And what type of work are you doing now? You don't have to give us some name of any business or anything, but what type of work do you do now?
I'm a manufacturer technician.
Okay, what's that mean?
The company we work for, we package, we mix ingredients and package workout supplements like pre-workouts, protein shakes. I take care of all the equipment like conveyors, massive blenders, machines basically that puts the powder into bottles and then puts labels on them and so forth.
Who has the highest education among the kids?
That would be Emily.
And do you know what she has?
She has a degree from Alabama, and I don't really remember what her specific degree is, but I know she's like in human resources now, I think.
Smart?
Yes.
Now I don't want to pitch your father's love against anybody, but how did your dad feel about Emily?
Oh, he loved her to death.
Did he love all you kids?
Yes, he did.
Did y'all at times disagree?
Between who?
Your dad and the kids? Y'all ever have disagreements with your mom and dad?
Oh yeah, everybody does.
Would you consider the relationship that you and your kids had before all this, was it pretty normal to you?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, I felt like I had a pretty decent, happy child life. You know, we try to do as much things as possible. We went to the beach every year. I mean, we never got to go to Disney World or anything like that, but we had our family vacations, and you know, we always got together for birthdays and Christmas and holidays.
Would your dad give you anything you wanted?
No.
Would he limit what you could get money-wise or make you account for it? What kind of car did you have?
Which time?
As a teenager?
As a teenager, I had my first vehicle was an old 91 Silverado, regular cab, no extended cab, nothing.
Would he give you whatever car you wanted?
He bought my first vehicle and he gave me a price limit. And I believe it had to be $10,000 or less.
How about with your brothers and sisters? Was he the same way?
Chris was, yes. He was pretty much the same way. They gave a price limit. Emily, he kind of flexed more on. And then Amanda, she got a brand new one.
So as it went down, it got more generous?
Yeah.
Now, when you were in Alabama, do you remember moving from there to Georgia?
Yes, sir, I do.
How old were you when that happened?
Well, I just completed elementary school and I was going to be starting middle school here.
So is that 7th grade, or what grade is that? 8th grade?
6th grade, I would have started here.
How did you feel about coming to the Atlanta, Georgia area?
I wasn't happy. I had friends.
Do you remember the whole move as a family?
Yes, I do.
And where did y'all end up moving to? What was the first house in Alpharetta is what I refer to it as, but where was the first house?
At Hampton Hall neighborhood.
Describe this home. What was it like?
To me, I thought it was, you know, the biggest house I've ever seen. I mean, we we either lived in a townhouse or an apartment. Our first big house was in Birmingham. I mean, thinking back now, it's, you know, probably no bigger than the house I live in now. But when we moved there, I thought this was, you know, very nice house, very large.
What stands out about the house for you? What do you remember?
That I finally got my own bedroom. So I shared a bedroom with Chris up until we moved to Atlanta.
Financially, your father, was he doing better as he came from Alabama to Georgia?
Yes,
When y'all started out, he was in law school and all that. He was not making as much money as he eventually made.
I assume so, yeah. I mean, back then I really didn't look at, you know, how much money my dad was bringing in.
Did things get bigger, though, and more expensive, or I guess better things in some ways? Was the house a nice house, your first house in Alpharetta?
Yes, it was. I mean, I noticed my dad liked to do projects, so we were able to do a lot more projects. We did projects at the old house, too.
What do you mean by projects? What would he like to do?
Tear down a deck and build a new one. I remember doing that in the house in Birmingham, and building a tree house in Birmingham. And when we moved to Atlanta, there was a lot of projects. I mean, backyard, any yard work, just improving the house.
Two-story house, the first house?
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 stories if you count the basement. So you have the basement, the main floor, and then the top floor.
How about the backyard? How big is the backyard?
Where you actually used, it wasn't, I mean, if I had my back against the wall of the house, the fence would have been at the wall at the back of the courtroom. But the property extended past that, but that was woods.
Or some woods and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to talk later on about, but at some point, did your dad set the woods on fire there?
Yes, I do remember that.
I want to go into now and talk about, as you got older out of high school, at some point, I guess, did you have several jobs or before you went into the military, or what were you doing before you went in the military? And what age did you go to the military?
Well, in high school, I was on work program, so I got to get out of school right after lunch. I worked for Jiffy Lube. I was taking automotive in high school. Started working there. Once after I graduated high school, I moved up to working for other mechanic shops like Tires Plus and American Service Station. Did that for quite a while, and then I just got kind of burned out on turning wrenches all the time, and I got into selling cars.
And what age are we talking about here now?
Well, I've already graduated high school, so, you know, between the ages of 18 to all the way up until I joined the Army, which is, I was around 23, 24 years old.
And all this time, where were you living?
At my parents' house. I moved out for a while, lived with some friends, and made bad decisions and, you know, partying too much and all, and wound up moving back home. And then that's when I started getting into selling cars.
So you were in your 20s drinking, partying a little bit?
Yeah, I was being your typical.
Sure. And then at some point, you decided to go into the military?
Yes, sir.
And which branch did you go into?
I went into the Army.
And when you went into the Army, do you remember how old you were and what was going on at that time?
So when I joined, I started joining around 2007. It took me a little while to actually join because I had to lose some weight to be able to get in. But I remember, you know, after I graduated basic, I turned 25 years old, so.
Where'd you get, you were in the Army, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go to basic at?
Fort Benning.
And what do you remember about that experience?
Most challenging thing I ever put myself through.
Are you proud that you did that?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do in the Army?
Infantry.
And what does that mean? Tell us, if we don't know what that means, what does that mean?
if anybody's ever joined the military, especially the Army, we're called 11 bang bang, bullet catchers.
All right, say that one more time for me.
We're called 11 bang bangs, bullet catchers.
Okay.
I fought on the front line.
And at some point, did you have to be deployed and go overseas?
Yes, sir. I went to Iraq.
And I'm not going to ask you too much about it, but you may ask some questions. But what I want to know is, what year was that you went over?
I went in 2009. I want to say it was April.
How was your relationship with your mother, the defendant, this time?
Pretty much, normal to me. We got in arguments and, got in arguments, had our good days, had our bad days.
Do you describe it as a typical relationship with your mother?
Yeah, nothing really stood out of the normal. The only thing, I definitely remember the day that I told my parents I was joining the Army. When I told her, she just flat out said, "You can't do it." And then when I told my dad, he was like, "You need to become a sniper."
That's what your dad said?
That's what my dad said.
Was he proud of you?
Oh, yes. He was a history buff, and biggest history he liked was war history. So I do remember him telling me that he planned on joining the Air Force prior to my brother becoming pregnant with my brother.
What do you want to do in the Air Force?
That I don't remember.
But it was the Air Force?
Yes, sir. My grandfather, his dad, was in the Air Force.
Now, when you had to fly, I guess, and go overseas, you probably went to an airport or something like that. Did your mom come see you off?
Yes, she did.
And did your dad?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that moment?
Yes, sir.
And how was she with you at that time? Was she proud of you when she sent you off?
Oh, yes.
What were her emotions like then when you were going off?
She was crying. She acted like, a mother would be.
How about your dad?
That was the second time I've ever seen my dad cry.
There's some tissue back there, Scott, if you need it.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. There's some tissue right behind you there if you need some.
All right. But yeah, I remember it very well. They both dropped me off at the Atlanta airport. I left the Atlanta airport and went back out to Fort Bliss, El Paso, Texas.